Capítulo 124, The Depths of Tartarus, 2 in 1. 2 days passed in a blur of observation and planning. Edward had spent the time moving through the mortal world, watching humanity go about their lives with the specter of extinction hanging over them. Some knew about the upcoming divine judgment, rumors had spread, whispers of a tournament where gods would decide their fate. Others remained blissfully ignorant, caught up in the daily struggles of existence. He'd seen protests outside temples, people demanding answers from gods who wouldn't deign to respond. He'd watched families gather together, holding each other close as if proximity alone could protect them from divine wrath. He'd observed quiet acts of defiance, artists creating works that celebrated human achievement, teachers instructing children about the value of persistence, lovers getting married despite an uncertain future. These people deserve better than to be erased like mistakes in a cosmic ledger, Edward thought, watching the sun rise over the city from yet another rooftop. But there was a problem, a significant one. The original record of Ragnarok had featured gods at a certain power level. Strong, certainly, but within a range where exceptional humans empowered by Valkyrie weapons stood a fighting chance. Here in this world, according to what the presence had told him, these gods were different. These were true forms from the divine sphere, operating at full power with no limitations. Regular humans, even legendary warriors like Labu or Sasaki Kajiro, even empowered by Valander, the divine transformation that turned Valkyries into weapons, would be slaughtered. It wouldn't be battles. It would be executions dressed up as sport. Edward couldn't let that happen. Couldn't watch humans throw their lives away in futile gestures of defiance, no matter how brave or noble those gestures might be. But he also wasn't sure if taking away their chance to fight was the right call. Who was he to decide that humanity shouldn't have the opportunity to stand up for themselves? Even if they'd lose, even if they'd die, wasn't the choice to fight for survival fundamentally their own to make? The philosophical dilemma gnawed at him until finally, he made his decision. I need to talk to Brunhilde, see what her plan actually is, then decide whether to let it play out or intervene completely. Edward closed his eyes and reached for the spatial authorities he'd claimed from various gods over millennia. Teleportation between dimensions was tricky, but Valhalla Arena existed in a space adjacent to the mortal realm, close enough that someone with his level of power could bridge the gap. Reality folded around him, and when he opened his eyes, he stood in a corridor of Valhalla. The architecture was magnificent and unsettling in equal measure. Stone walls that seemed to be carved from solidified clouds, doorways that led to spaces larger than their frames should allow. Everything radiated divine power, the air itself thick with the accumulated authority of thousands of gods who'd walked these halls. Edward had cloaked himself before arriving, a simple spell that hid his features and suppressed his divine signature. To anyone looking at him, he'd appear as just a vague humanoid shape in a dark hooded cloak. Not invisible, but forgettable. The kind of figure you'd glance at and immediately dismiss as unimportant. He started walking down the corridor, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. The hallway stretched endlessly in both directions, doors lining the walls at irregular intervals. Each door presumably led to chambers, meeting rooms, or other spaces relevant to the upcoming tournament. Other figures moved through the corridors, lesser divine beings, spirits, and servants of various gods. They glanced at Edward as he passed, and he could see confusion and unease flicker across their features. His cloaking spell worked, but it couldn't completely suppress the sense of wrongness that someone of his power level created in a space like this. It was like having a nuclear reactor walking through a candle-lit room. The light might hide it, but you'd still feel the radiation. Edward ignored their looks and continued forward, occasionally opening doors to peer inside. Storage rooms, empty chambers, a library filled with records written in languages that predated human civilization, an armory stocked with divine weapons that hummed with barely contained power. But no Brunhilde. This place is a damn maze, Edward thought, opening another door to find what appeared to be a swimming pool filled with liquid starlight. And I don't have time to search every room methodically. He was about to try a different approach, maybe spreading out his divine senses to locate the Valkyrie specifically, when he noticed movement at the end of the corridor. A small figure was sneaking along the wall, moving with exaggerated caution. Short ashen hair, slight build, wearing a simple dress that marked her as one of the Valkyrie sisters. She kept glancing around nervously, as if expecting to be caught at any moment. Edward recognized her immediately from the memories of the anime he'd watched in his previous life. Galil, the youngest of the 13 Valkyrie sisters. Timid, innocent, and utterly unsuited for the cosmic-level conflict she'd found herself involved in. Perfect, she'll know where Brunhilde is. Edward casually walked up behind the young Valkyrie, his footsteps still silent. Galil was so focused on watching the corridor ahead that she didn't notice him approach. When he was directly behind her, Edward reached out and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. Galil jumped up with a panic that would have done a startled cat proud. I'm sorry." She spun around midair, her eyes wide with terror, and came face to face with Edward. Or rather with Kratos. The pale, ash-covered skin, the red tattoo that looked like dried blood, the scars that covered every visible inch of skin. The cold, ancient eyes that held the weight of countless kills. Galil's mouth opened. A sound came out that was somewhere between a yelp and a scream. Then her eyes rolled back and she dropped like a puppet with cut strings. Edward sighed as he caught her before she hit the ground. "This is a hassle." He looked down at the unconscious Valkyrie in his arms. She weighed almost nothing, whether from divine nature or just being young, he wasn't sure. Her face, in unconsciousness, looked even younger than it had moments before. She couldn't be more than the equivalent of a human teenager. "Great, I just traumatized a child. Hera would scold me for this." Since he needed to find Brunhilde anyway, and carrying an unconscious Valkyrie was as good a way as any to get her attention, Edward simply hoisted Galil over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and continued walking. Several divine beings he passed looked at him with alarm. A cloaked figure carrying an unconscious Valkyrie was definitely suspicious, but none of them actually tried to stop him. Something about his presence made them instinctively back away, their survival instincts screaming that confronting him would be a terminal mistake. Edward methodically checked more rooms, Galil bouncing slightly on his shoulder with each step. He was just opening another door, this one leading to what appeared to be a garden where flowers sang in harmonious chorus, when he heard a sharp voice behind him. "Stop right there, put my sister down." Edward turned to find himself face to face with Brunhilde. She looked exactly as he remembered from the anime, tall, elegant, with long dark hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. She wore a form-fitting dress that didn't hide the muscle underneath, and her stance marked her as someone who knew how to fight despite the lack of visible weapons. More importantly, her eyes blazed with protective fury as she stared at the cloaked figure holding her youngest sister. "If you've harmed her," Brunhilde's voice dropped to something dangerous, "no power in any realm will save you from what I'll do." Edward sighed again. Without ceremony, he simply tossed Galil toward Brunhilde. The Valkyrie's eyes widened in shock, but her reflexes were excellent. She caught her sister easily, cradling the smaller girl against her chest while never taking her eyes off Edward. "What did you do to her?" "She fainted when she saw my face," Edward replied, his Kratos voice gruff and matter-of-fact. "I didn't harm her, just startled her." Brunhilde's eyes narrowed as she studied him more carefully. The cloak hid most of his features, but she could see the pale skin, the edge of the red tattoo, the ancient scars. "Who are you? How did you get into Valhalla?" "You probably wouldn't know me," Edward said with a shrug. "I'm not from around here. You can call me Kratos." He paused, then added the important part. "And I'm here to ensure that humanity doesn't perish." The effect of those words was immediate and dramatic. Brunhilde went absolutely still. Her eyes widened, and Edward could practically see her mind racing through possibilities, connecting dots, arriving at a conclusion that made her entire body tense with sudden excitement. Then, without warning, she simply dropped Galil. The unconscious Valkyrie landed on a nearby couch with a soft thump, and Brunhilde practically launched herself at Edward. She grabbed his cloak, pulling his face down to her level even with his considerable height, and got directly in his personal space. Her eyes were wild, almost manic with hope and disbelief. "Are you," she started, her voice breathless, "are you really the legendary Godslayer, the one who killed divine avatars across another world?" Edward pushed her face away gently. She was practically rubbing against him in her excitement. "Yes, that's one of my achievements, and give me some space, woman." Brunhilde didn't back up. If anything, she leaned in closer, questions spilling out in a rapid-fire stream that suggested she'd been holding them in for days. "How did you kill them? What technique did you use? Were they fighting at full strength or were they limited? Did you use divine weapons or mortal ones? How did you get past their regeneration? Can you teach humans to do the same? Are you actually mortal or have you ascended? How?" "Breathe," Edward interrupted, physically pushing her back a step. "And slow down. I'm here to help, but I can't answer 20 questions at once." Brunhilde forced herself to take a breath, visibly trying to calm down. But her eyes never left his face, and her expression held barely contained hope. "You said you're here to ensure humanity doesn't perish. Does that mean you are willing to fight as one of humanity's champions?" "Not exactly." Edward's expression became serious. "I need you to understand something. These gods, the ones chosen for Ragnarok, they can't be beaten by regular humans, not even legendary warriors, not even with Volander enhancing their abilities." Brunhilde's excitement dimmed slightly, replaced by defensive pride. "The Volander transformation gives humans the ability to harm gods. It levels the playing field. Against weakened avatars, maybe. Against gods at partial strength operating in the mortal realm, probably." Edward cut her off, his voice firm but not unkind. "Against true forms from the divine sphere at full power, you'd just be sending humans to die in elaborate ways. It wouldn't be battles, it would be executions." The harsh truth hit Brunhilde like a physical blow. She stepped back, her expression cycling through denial, anger, and finally acceptance. "Then what should I do? Just surrender? Let humanity be erased without even trying to fight back?" "No," Edward said simply, "we just change the approach." He moved past her, walking further into the room where Galo was still unconscious on the couch. Brunhilde followed, closing the door behind them to ensure privacy. When Edward turned back to face her, he'd pulled back his hood, revealing his full Kratos appearance. Brunhilde's breath caught. Even knowing who he was, seeing the ghost of Sparta in full was something else entirely. The ash-white skin that looked like death itself, the red tattoo that seemed to pulse with barely contained violence, the scars that told stories of countless battles. And the eyes, ancient, cold, holding the weight of millennia and the memory of every god he'd killed. "The gods won't honor the deal even if humanity wins," Edward said bluntly. "I know how divine pride works. If humans actually manage to win 7 matches, the gods will find excuses. They'll claim cheating, or outside interference, or that the rules were invalid. Then they'll erase humanity anyway out of spite." "So it's hopeless," Brunhilde's voice was hollow. "No, it's just different." Edward's smile was sharp, dangerous. "Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to show up in that arena. When I do, every god who's ever had their avatar killed by me is going to lose their minds. They won't be able to help themselves. They'll try to kill me right there. Tournament rules be damned." Brunhilde's eyes widened as she understood. "You're going to draw them all out, make them attack you together." "Exactly, and when they do, your job is simple. Make sure the arena's barrier holds. Protect the humans watching. Keep them safe." Edward's grin widened, becoming something truly frightening. "Because once those gods commit to fighting me, I'm going to give humanity a show they'll never forget." "But you'll be trapped in there alone," Brunhilde protested, her tactical mind already seeing the problem. "Surrounded by dozens, maybe hundreds of gods all trying to kill you at once. Even you can't." "They'll be the ones trapped in there with me," Edward interrupted, his voice carrying absolute confidence. "Not the other way around." Brunhilde felt something warm curl in her lower abdomen at the casual dismissal of divine threat. The absolute certainty in his voice, the way he spoke about facing countless gods like it was an inconvenience rather than certain death, it was intoxicating. "Get it together," she scolded herself. "This is not the time for that." She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. The tournament is supposed to have specific rules. 13 one-on-one battles, each god facing a human champion. There won't be any tournament, Edward said flatly. Not once they see me. The moment I enter that arena, every god with a grudge is going to forget about rules and come at me with everything they have. He paused, then asked, which pantheons aren't participating? Brunhilde forced her mind back to tactical matters. The Japanese and Egyptian pantheons refused to send fighters. They abstained from the vote to erase humanity entirely. Edward nodded, unsurprised. That aligned with what he knew about his relationships with those pantheons. Good. Who are the confirmed fighters? From the Greek pantheon, Zeus, Poseidon, and Ares. Norse, Odin, Thor, and Loki. Hindu, Shiva and Indra. Slavic, Perun and Chernabog. Mesopotamian, Anu and Shamus. Chinese, Nezha. Brunhilde recited the list from memory. 13 gods total, each representing different aspects of divine authority. Edward mentally ran through the list, comparing these versions to the avatars he'd killed on his Earth. Zeus would be the most dangerous. The king's true form would be operating at a level far beyond the avatar Edward had fought. Odin, similarly enhanced. Shiva at full cosmic power would be a genuine threat. That's perfect, Edward said calmly. I'll deal with them all together. There was something in the casual way he said it. Like he was discussing pest control rather than fighting the most powerful beings in multiple pantheons. Then Edward paused, his expression shifting to something more serious. What about Hera? Have you seen her? Brunhilde blinked at the sudden change of subject. Hera, Zeus's wife, she's not a fighter. Her divinity revolves around marriage, family, and queenship, not combat. Why? Where is she? Edward's voice had taken on an edge. Has Zeus done anything to harm her? She's his wife, Brunhilde said, confused. Why would he harm her? Then she paused, her brow furrowing as she actually thought about it. Though now that you mention it, I haven't seen her in thousands of years. She never shows up to any council meetings. Aphrodite has been filling her role in divine affairs. The room's temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Edward's eyes narrowed, and Brunhilde felt a surge of divine power leak from him before he suppressed it. But in that brief moment, she'd felt something vast and terrible. A power that made her instinctively want to kneel, to submit, to run. I need to find her, Edward said, his voice controlled but with an undercurrent of cold fury. Now. Brunhilde's mind raced. She had no idea what goddess Hera meant to this godslayer, but clearly she was important. Important enough that the possibility of her being harmed made him radiate killing intent that probably registered across multiple dimensions. If she's been imprisoned, it should be the underworld in Tartarus maybe, but why would? Then a thought occurred to her, an opportunity. I have someone trapped in Tartarus, Brunhilde said carefully. Imprisoned by Odin thousands of years ago. If you're going into the underworld anyway, if you could rescue him, he could help. He's a legendary warrior, and he has reasons to hate the gods. Edward looked at her, his expression unreadable. Who? Siegfried, the dragon slayer. Odin imprisoned him out of spite after. She paused, pain flickering across her face, after Loki accused him of killing Fenrir. Edward studied her for a moment, reading between the lines. Husband or lover, then? Someone she cared about deeply enough to risk asking a favor from a being who terrified her as much as he gave her hope. If I find him, I'll help, Edward said. Then, more quietly, I have a bad feeling about this, about what I'm going to find. Brunhilde reached into a pocket dimension and pulled out a map that showed the layout of the underworld, including the path to Tartarus. This will guide you. The entrance to Tartarus is here, she pointed to a section of the map, and Siegfried is imprisoned in the deepest level, in a structure marked with Norse runes. And Hera? Edward asked. I don't know, Brunhilde admitted. But Tartarus is where gods put things they want forgotten. If she's been missing for thousands of years, she left the implication hanging. Edward took the map, studying it briefly before tucking it away. His jaw was tight, and Brunhilde could see barely contained fury simmering beneath the surface. Thank you, she said softly, for helping, for giving humanity a chance. I don't know how I can repay. Just keep the humans safe when things get violent, Edward interrupted. That's payment enough. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. "One more thing, when I make my entrance in that arena, play along, act surprised, act scared. Let the gods think they have the advantage." His smile was sharp as a blade. The look on their faces when they realize their mistake will be worth it. Then he was gone, vanishing with a spatial shift that left no trace beyond a faint distortion in the air. Brunhilde stood there for a long moment, her heart racing. Then she looked down at Gallel, who was starting to stir on the couch. "Sister," Gallel's voice was weak, confused. "What happened? I had the strangest dream about a scary man and..." She sat up, saw Brunhilde's expression, and her eyes widened. "That wasn't a dream, was it?" "No," Brunhilde said, unable to keep the smile from her face. "That was very, very real." "Is he going to help us?" "Yes, he's going to help us." Brunhilde's smile widened. "He's going to save humanity by killing every god stupid enough to fight him." Gallel processed this for a moment. "That's good." "That's perfect, Gallel." Edward materialized in the underworld of this realm, his spatial transition placing him in a cavern that reeked of death and decay. The air was thick with the miasma of departed souls, and the walls seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Since the gods were busy preparing for Ragnarok, security was lighter than it should have been. Edward moved through the shadows, his divine senses mapping out the location of every guard, every ward, every defensive system. When he encountered the first group of guards, skeletal warriors in ancient armor, he didn't bother with stealth. His hand moved, the blades of chaos manifested in a flash of crimson chains, and before the guards could even register his presence, they were dust. The entire encounter took 3 seconds. Edward continued forward, leaving bodies in his wake. Any guard who saw him died before they could raise an alarm. Any ward he encountered was shredded with casual applications of divine authority. The underworld's defenses might have stopped a mortal or even a lesser god. They were nothing to him. Hades wasn't present, probably off preparing for the tournament or attending to some other divine business. The lack of the underworld's king made Edward's infiltration almost laughably easy. He grabbed a random reaper, a minor death spirit in tattered robes, and held it by its incorporeal throat. "Take me to the entrance to Tartarus." The reaper stuttered in terror, unable to speak coherently. Edward sighed and simply plucked the knowledge from its mind, leaving the spirit's consciousness intact but thoroughly traumatized. Then he discarded it and headed toward Tartarus. The entrance was a massive gate, carved with warnings in a dozen dead languages. Beyond it, Edward could sense vast presences, the Titans who'd been imprisoned here after their war with the Olympians. He pushed the gate open with one hand. The metal shrieked in protest, ancient hinges that hadn't moved in millennia groaning under the force. "WHODARES," a booming voice began. Edward looked at the source. Cronus, the Titan of Time, chained to the wall with bonds that pulsed with Zeus's lightning. The Titan was massive, easily 100-meter tall, his body scarred from thousands of years of divine punishment. "Free us, mortal," another voice called, "Hyperion, Titan of Light. Release us and we will grant you power beyond." Edward's gaze swept across the imprisoned Titans. His eyes, cold, ancient, utterly merciless, locked onto each of them in turn. He didn't say a word, didn't make a threat, just looked at them. The Titans fell silent. Something in that gaze promised that whatever punishment Zeus had inflicted on them was nothing compared to what Edward could do if they annoyed him. The weight of his stare carried the memory of every god he'd killed, every divine being he'd broken, every cosmic entity he'd made bleed. "I'll deal with you later," Edward said coldly. "Stay quiet." The Titans stayed quiet. Edward moved deeper into Tartarus, following the map Brunhilde had given him. The prison's architecture became more elaborate the further he went. Moving from simple stone to complex structures, reinforced with divine power, and sealed with the authority of multiple pantheons. Finally, he found it. A building that looked different from everything else in Tartarus. Norse in design, covered in runes that pulsed with Odin's distinctive authority. The structure was sealed so thoroughly that reality itself seemed to bend around it, space compressing to create a pocket dimension where time moved differently. Edward took a deep breath. Then he reached out and simply tore through the seals. It wasn't elegant or subtle. He just grabbed the divine bindings with his bare hands and ripped them apart like tissue paper. The runes screamed as their power was forcibly broken, and alarms immediately began sounding throughout Tartarus. Far above, in the halls of Asgard, Odin's single eye snapped open. He felt the seals on Siegfried's prison break, felt someone tearing through his carefully constructed bindings like they were nothing. "Hades," Odin roared, already moving. "Someone has breached Tartarus. I need to access it now." But Edward didn't care about alarms or angry gods. He'd already entered the prison. Inside, chained to the wall with bindings that sapped strength and suppressed divine power, hung a man. He was tall, skinny, with long hair and a beard that spoke of years without proper care. His body was covered in scars, and his eyes, when they opened at the sound of Edward's entrance, held the hollowness of someone who'd given up hope long ago. "Run away from here," Siegfried's voice was weak, barely a whisper. "The seals, they'll alert Odin. You need to." Edward ignored him and walked to the chains. He grabbed them and crushed them in his hands. The metal, forged from divine materials and inscribed with Norse runes of binding, crumbled like rust. Siegfried dropped to the ground, his legs unable to support him after millennia of being suspended. He looked up at his savior with confusion and disbelief. Why would you? Did my wife send you?" Edward didn't answer the question. His mind was elsewhere, focused on the bad feeling that had been growing since his conversation with Brunhilde. "Is Hera also here? The Queen of Olympus?" Siegfried blinked, thrown by the question. "Hera? Why would Zeus's wife be in Tartarus? I've been here for thousands of years and I've never." But Edward wasn't listening anymore. He was reaching out with his divine senses, searching for something he desperately hoped he wouldn't find. And then he felt it, a faint pulse of energy, weak and barely there. Divine power that had been almost completely suppressed, hidden beneath layers of seals that made Siegfried's prison look like amateur work. And beneath that divine power, he felt something else. Something that made his blood run cold and his heart clench with emotions he'd thought he'd mastered millennia ago. A marriage bond, activating after thousands of years of dormancy, reaching out to connect with his divine authority, pulling energy from him to sustain the life on the other end. "No," Edward whispered. "What?" Siegfried asked, managing to get to his feet. "What's wrong?" Edward didn't answer. He just moved, his body blurring with speed as he followed the bond. Siegfried cursed and ran after him, his warrior's instincts overriding his weakened state. They ran through Tartarus, Edward's divine senses locked onto that faint pulse like a bloodhound on a scent. Through corridors, past other prisons, deeper and deeper into the pit until they found it. An old building, even more heavily sealed than Siegfried's prison. The walls were covered in Greek symbols that Edward recognized from his knowledge. This wasn't just a prison. This was a tomb, something meant to be hidden forever, buried so deep that even gods would forget it existed. And from inside came the faint sound of humming. A woman's voice, singing an old Greek melody that Edward recognized from thousands of years ago. A song Hera's avatar had sung to him on quiet nights when they'd been alone together. Suddenly the voice stopped singing. "Is that you, Edward?" The voice was weak, barely audible. But it carried such hope, such desperate belief, that Edward felt something crack in his chest. He didn't waste time trying to unravel them properly. He just unleashed his power, all of it, the accumulated authority of dozens of dead gods and cosmic entities, and tore the entire building apart. The structure exploded outward, seals shattering in cascades of golden light, stone and divine metal disintegrating under the assault. When the debris settled, when the dust cleared, Edward stood at the center of the destruction. And there, chained to what remained of a bedpost, was Hera. Her original form looked nothing like the avatar Edward had married. Where the avatar had been regal and powerful, radiating queenly authority, this version was broken. Purplish-black hair hung limp and tangled around a gaunt face. Her body was thin from what must have been thousands of years of minimal sustenance. Shackles covered her wrists and ankles, inscribed with runes that continuously drained her divine power. But her eyes, when they focused on Edward, held recognition and relief and love. I knew you would come to save me one day, Hera said softly, her voice stronger now that the seals were broken. A small smile crossed her cracked lips. Although I prefer your original handsome look, this pale warrior aesthetic is a bit intimidating. Edward stood frozen. He'd prepared himself for many things, but not this. Not finding his wife, or rather, the original form of his wife, imprisoned and tortured for what must have been millennia. Because of him, the realization hit like a physical blow. Hera's avatar had severed her marriage to Zeus and married Edward on Earth-X. And the original forms could feel everything their avatars experienced. The joy, the love, the happiness of a marriage that actually worked instead of the toxic nightmare Zeus had put her through for eons. About 1,000 years ago, Hera's avatar had told him her original form wanted to come to Earth-X, wanted to merge with the avatar and live as one being, to fully experience what love and a happy marriage actually felt like instead of just feeling it secondhand through the avatar connection. Then she had lost connection with the original. Edward, dealing with countless other crises, had assumed Hera's original form had changed her mind. The original forms of gods were different from their avatars, after all, different experiences, different perspectives. He'd never imagined that Zeus had imprisoned her, had sealed her away in the deepest pit of Tartarus, hidden behind so many layers of power that even other gods wouldn't find her. How long had she been here? Thousands of years, chained and alone, slowly dying as her power was drained away, waiting for rescue that seemed like it would never come. And Edward had just assumed she'd changed her mind, had moved on with his life while she suffered in darkness. The guilt threatened to overwhelm him. Siegfried stood nearby, his mouth hanging open as he tried to process what he was seeing. The Queen of Olympus, Zeus's wife, chained in Tartarus like a common prisoner, and apparently married to this terrifying man who'd rescued him. What in all the realms is happening? Siegfried muttered in disbelief. Edward moved forward, his hands trembling slightly, the first time Siegfried had seen any crack in the Godslayer's absolute control. He knelt beside Hera and gently broke the shackles, his divine power making short work of the bindings. As soon as the last shackle fell away, Hera's body began to glow. The marriage bond, now fully active after thousands of years, poured Edward's power into her. Divine energy flowed through the connection, healing her malnourished body, restoring her strength, bringing color back to her skin. Edward carefully lifted her into his arms. She was lighter than she should have been, evidence of her long imprisonment, but she was alive, broken but alive. "I'm sorry," Edward said quietly, his Kratos voice rough with emotion. "I'm so sorry, Hera. I should have realized sooner, should have checked, should have." "SHH," Hera reached up with a weak hand and placed it against his cheek. "You came, that's what matters, you came for me." Then, with a strength that surprised both of them, she pulled his face down to hers and kissed him. It wasn't the passionate kiss of reunion. It was gentle, almost chaste. The kiss of someone who'd been starved of affection for millennia, who'd held onto hope through sheer will, who'd waited and believed that eventually someone would remember her. When she pulled back, tears were streaming down her face. "I've been waiting so long, so very long, you better make it up to me later." Despite everything, the guilt, the anger, the cosmic chaos he was about to unleash, Edward managed a small smile. "I will, I promise." Hera smiled back, then her eyes closed as exhaustion overtook her. The marriage bond was healing her, but years of torture couldn't be fixed instantly. She needed rest, needed time to recover. Edward stood, cradling her against his chest, and turned to face Siegfried. The legendary hero looked thoroughly shell-shocked. "We're leaving," Edward said simply. "Now." "What about Odin?" Siegfried asked. "He'll be coming with reinforcements. Hades too, they'll try to stop us." Edward's eyes blazed with cold fury. The temperature in Tartarus dropped noticeably, and Siegfried felt his newly freed body tense with instinctive fear. "Let them try," Edward said quietly. "I need to kill some gods anyway. They can be the first." Somewhere far above, Odin and Zeus both were indeed rushing toward Tartarus, gathering forces to confront whoever had dared break their prison seals. Zeus spoke carefully as they appeared at the gates of Underworld. "Both Siegfried and Hera escaped their prison, that's no coincidence. And Hades refusing to come, I feel it's related to him. Odin paused, his kind calculating. If that's the case, do you believe it's wise to go in by ourselves? Zeus looked amused. Is the Allfather afraid? Odin calmly replied. I don't fear it. I believe in being prepared for anything. Or did you forget? Of all our avatars, mine lasted longer against him than any of yours. Zeus chuckled. Oh, but this time there is no little girl to take hostage. Odin ignored his provocation. War isn't about honor, Zeus. It's about winning. You know that better than anyone. Zeus cracked his neck, lightning sparkling around him. True, honor won't give you survival. Now let's go show this mortal what happens when you truly anger a god. They had no idea what they were walking into. No idea that the ghost of Sparta had just been given a very personal reason to make the gods bleed. The tournament was supposed to start in one day. It was about to become a bloodbath today instead. Capitulo 125, When Gods Bleed. Edward walked through the dark corridors of Tartarus carrying Hera in his arms, her head resting against his shoulder. Behind them, Siegfried followed at a respectful distance, still trying to process everything he'd witnessed. The legendary hero had spent thousands of years in isolation, and now he was watching the Queen of Olympus, married to a godslayer, being carried like a bride while discussing their life together. I've missed this, Hera said softly, her fingers tracing the edge of Edward's jaw. Through the avatar, I felt everything, your warmth, your touch. I also sensed it when our son was born, but feeling you here with me directly with my true form, it's so much more vivid. Alphonse has grown so much since you last had a clear connection, Edward replied, his gruff Kratos voice somehow managing warmth. He's become an incredible craftsman, built defense systems that even Brainiac couldn't fully penetrate. I wish I could have been there before Zeus sealed me completely. Time flows differently in the divine sphere. We don't perceive time as humans do, yet I felt every second of it when I was sealed. Hera said, her voice carrying both pride and pain. I truly wish to be there myself, watching our son, creating wonders that blend magic and technology. His brilliance, his gentle heart. Her voice cracked slightly. I've missed so much of his life. Through the avatar, I felt him growing, learning, becoming this amazing young man, but I want to hold him properly. Tell him how proud I am. Edward held her tighter. He knows, the avatar made sure of that, but having you there in person will mean everything to him. He's been working on something for months, won't tell anyone what it is. I suspect it's a gift for you. Home, Hera muttered the word like a prayer. I've dreamed of Avalon for so long. Our chambers, Alphonse's workshop where he creates his wonders. My avatar showed me glimpses, but I want to walk those halls myself. Watch our son work while he explains his inventions in that enthusiastic way of his. And the girls too, Edward added with a slight smile. Diana's grown so much. She remembers the stories you told through the avatar when she was young. And Cassie, well, Cassie's been herself, trying not to break stuff. Hera laughed softly, though tears gathered in her eyes. Diana, whom I've loved as my own since she was a child, and Cassie, Hippolyta's fierce girl. I felt their lives through the connection, but I want to be there properly. Plant gardens with Diana, spar with Cassie. She paused. And Soph, how is our youngest doing? Growing into his power, Edward said. Death's influence is strong, but he's learning control. It's hard when you are born as something fundamental to the multiverse. Siegfried, listening to this, finally couldn't help himself. So you're actually married? You have a son together? Yes, Hera said, not looking away from Edward. Alphonse is our son, and we have other children I love dearly. Diana, Cassandra, and Soph, even if they aren't mine. The family Zeus could never give me because he was too busy chasing anything with a pulse. Her voice hardened on Zeus's name, millennia of resentment and rage bleeding through. When my avatar severed our marriage bond and married Edward instead, I felt freedom for the first time in eons, Hera continued. I experienced what actual love felt like, what it meant to have a partner who was faithful, who valued me, who treated me as an equal rather than a possession. We had a son together, beautiful, brilliant Alphonse, and I wanted more of it. I wanted to merge with my avatar, leave this place, go to Earth X and truly live that life instead of just experiencing it secondhand. Zeus didn't take that well, Edward added darkly. No, he didn't. Hera's laugh was bitter. He couldn't accept that I'd chosen someone else, that I'd found happiness with the very person who'd killed his avatar on Earth X, that I'd borne another man's child while still technically his wife in this realm. His pride couldn't handle the humiliation, Zeus's wife, running off with his killer, mother to a child that wasn't his. So he did the only thing his petty, vindictive mind could conceive. He imprisoned you, Siegfried said quietly, to maintain his reputation. Exactly. If I'd simply left, every god would know Zeus's wife had abandoned him for the godslayer who'd humiliated him. His authority would be questioned. His power structure would crack, so he trapped me here. Her voice shook with rage. He sealed me in the deepest pit of Tartarus, sealed behind so many wards that even other Olympians wouldn't sense me. He told everyone I was in seclusion, mourning some made-up tragedy. And he put Aphrodite in my place, maintaining the illusion of a functioning pantheon. While you suffered alone for thousands of years, Edward said, his voice dropping to something dangerous. I survived because of our bond, Hera said, touching his chest where she could feel their connection thrumming with power. Even with Zeus's seals, he couldn't completely sever it. A trickle of your power reached me, just enough to keep me alive. And through it, I felt everything. Felt you raising Alphonse. Felt his first words, his first invention. Felt you guiding Diana, training Cassie, teaching Soph. Felt my avatar living the life I wanted to live. She looked up at him, tears gathering in her eyes despite her fierce expression. Do you know what that was like? Experiencing happiness through a connection while your true body rotted in chains? Feeling your son's triumphs, your family's love and warmth, all at a distance, like watching through frosted glass. Edward stopped walking and held her close. I'm sorry, I should have realized something was wrong, should have investigated when you lost connection. You had no way of knowing love, Hera interrupted. Zeus hid me perfectly, and you had enough crises to deal with. I don't blame you, Edward, I blame him. Her eyes blazed white with divine fury. And I'm going to make him pay for every single year he stole from me, every moment with our son that I missed, every family dinner, every milestone, every quiet evening, he stole all of it. As they reached the entrance to the underworld, the threshold between Tartarus and the upper levels, Edward's divine senses flared. Multiple presences approaching. Powerful ones, divine authority radiating with the intensity of suns. He stopped walking. Siegfried, Edward said without turning around. Leave, now. Find Brunhilde and tell her to summon the 13 human warriors she prepared. They should gather in Valhalla, ready to fight what's about to happen. They might be able to help a bit, though I doubt it'll be necessary. Siegfried hesitated. He owed this man his freedom, but abandoning him before a fight felt wrong. Will you be all right? Those presences, I can feel them even with my weakened senses. That's Zeus and Odin coming, isn't it? Edward's smile was sharp as a blade. It's those gods who should be worried. The absolute confidence in his voice left no room for argument. Siegfried nodded, clasped his fist to his chest in a warrior's salute, and ran. His footsteps echoed through the corridor before fading into silence. Edward looked down at Hera, who was already pushing herself out of his arms. You should rest, let me handle it. No, Hera's feet touched the ground, and she stood on her own for the first time in millennia. Her body was still thin, still marked with scars from her imprisonment, but there was strength returning to her limbs. I'm recovered enough to fight, and more importantly, her eyes glowed white with divine power, I want to beat up Zeus myself. He kept me from our son, kept me chained while Alphonse grew up. I'm going to make him bleed for that. Edward felt her reaching through their marriage bond, not just drawing power but actively channeling his strength, his authorities, his divine essence. The connection flared brighter, and Edward watched as Hera's body transformed. Her slim frame filled out with muscle, not bulky, but defined like an Amazonian warrior. Her divine armor materialized, golden and regal, but designed for combat rather than ceremony. Her purplish-black hair seemed to gain life, flowing with divine energy. Her eyes blazed with white fire, reflecting the power flowing through their bond. She looked like what she'd always been meant to be, not a decorative queen sitting on a throne, but the goddess who'd helped Zeus claim Olympus in the first place. The version of herself she'd had to suppress for millennia to fit Zeus's image of what a wife should be. Zeus and Odin are approaching, Edward warned. This won't be like fighting avatars. These are their true forms at full power. I know, Hera said calmly. She held out her hand expectantly. Edward understood immediately. He reached into his dimensional storage and withdrew the blade of Olympus, the massive sword that had once belonged to Zeus himself, claimed by Kratos in another world, and now carried by Edward as a proof of divine conquest. The blade was magnificent and terrible. Golden metal that seemed to contain the essence of Olympus itself, inscribed with runes of power and kingship. The weapon was designed to kill gods, to pierce divine flesh and destroy immortal souls. Hera's hand closed around the hilt, and the blade sang with recognition. It had been forged from the power of all Olympian gods, including hers. The weapon acknowledged its queen, power flowing through the connection. Be careful, Edward said, his voice carrying genuine concern. Zeus and Odin together, even with my power flowing through you, they're dangerous. Hera looked at him and smiled, fierce and beautiful. I've been careful for thousands of years. Careful, patient, waiting. I'm done being careful. I want to fight. I want to hurt the bastard who kept me from our family. She hefted the blade of Olympus, the massive weapon moving like it weighed nothing in her empowered grip. Besides, I can at least help you rather than just watching. I'm not some damsel who needs protecting. I'll fight for you and our family. Never thought you were, Edward replied with a grim smile. We'll fight them here in the underworld, limit the collateral damage. They moved together to a vast chamber that had once served as a judgment hall for particularly evil souls. The space was massive, easily over thousands of miles across, with a ceiling that stretched into darkness. Stone pillars thick as houses supported the structure, and the floor was solid bedrock worn smooth by millennia of use. It was a good place for a battle. Lots of room to move, structurally sound enough to handle divine power, and far enough from the mortal realm that humans wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. They didn't have to wait long. Reality tore open, and two figures stepped through. Zeus, king of the Olympians, stood in his full divine glory. Not the frail old man he sometimes appeared as, but the warrior king in his absolute prime. His body was sculpted perfection, muscles that could crack mountains rippling beneath bronze skin. His eyes crackled with lightning, and his presence made the air itself vibrate with power. He wore simple robes that somehow made him look more regal than any amount of golden armor could. Beside him stood Odin, the Allfather. Tall and imposing, wearing battle armor inscribed with runes that glowed with eldritch power. His single eye blazed with wisdom and fury in equal measure. Gungnir, the legendary spear that never missed its mark, rested in his hand. Ravens circled overhead, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory made manifest. Both gods radiated power that would have made lesser beings kneel. Divine authority concentrated enough to warp space, to make reality itself bend to their will. They stopped in their tracks when they saw Edward. The pale, ash-covered skin, the red tattoo, the cold, ancient eyes, the blades of chaos hanging at his sides, their chains wrapped around his forearms. The ghost of Sparta, the godslayer who'd killed their avatars, the nightmare made flesh. You bastard, Zeus breathed, his voice carrying barely contained rage. I'd heard rumors, whispers that you might appear here, but I didn't believe it at first. His eyes fell on Hera, and his expression twisted with fury. And you brought my wife as your whore? How dare? Former wife, Hera interrupted coldly, her voice cutting across Zeus's like a blade. I severed that bond long ago. I am Edward's wife now, mother to his son, and I'm going to enjoy watching you bleed. Zeus's face purpled with rage. Lightning crackled around him, arcing between his fingers. You think being in my true form will make a difference? He snarled at Edward. My avatar was limited, constrained by the mortal realm's rules. Here, in the divine sphere, I am power incarnate. I am the storm that destroyed the Titans. I am. You're a rapist and a tyrant, Edward interrupted flatly. And you're about to die. This time, there will be no coming back. No avatar to retreat to, just you, your arrogance, and my blades. Odin's eye narrowed as he studied Edward. My avatar told me of you before it died. Said you fought with the precision of a master and the fury of a berserker. Said you knew runes better than most Aesir. His grip tightened on Gungnir. I've spent millennia preparing for this encounter, learning from my avatar's failure. You won't find me so easy to. Save your speeches, Edward said, his voice cold as the void. You rotten wastes had imprisoned my wife, kept her chained in darkness for thousands of years, kept her from our son. There's nothing you can say that will change what's about to happen. Zeus's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Hera, saw the way she stood beside Edward, not behind him. Saw the matching divine auras, the marriage bond that pulsed between them with power that rivaled his own connection to his authorities. You merged your authority with him, Zeus said, disbelief coloring his voice. Fully, not just the avatar, your true form married this mortal. He's more than you ever were, Hera replied, her voice dripping with contempt. He's been more faithful in our years together than you were in our entire marriage. He's raised our son with love and patience. He's built a family that actually functions instead of a dysfunctional pantheon held together by fear and tradition. Zeus's expression went from rage to something darker, pure, murderous fury. His form began to glow, lightning dancing across his skin, his eyes becoming pure white electricity. You betrayed Olympus, Zeus said, his voice dropping to something terrible. Betrayed your pantheon, betrayed me, and for what? To play house with the creature who killed me? To birth a bastard half-breed? I should have killed you when I had the chance instead of just imprisoning you. Hera grabbed Edward's face and kissed him, deep, possessive, claiming. When she pulled back, her smile was vicious. I've finally found someone to love, someone who actually deserves the title of husband, and he's 1,000 times the man you are, Zeus, in every possible way. The insult, delivered in front of Odin, witnessed by the underworld itself, was too much. Zeus roared, his voice shaking the chamber. Lightning exploded from his body in all directions, scorching stone and turning pillars white-hot. I'll kill you both, Zeus bellowed, tear you apart slowly, make you watch as I erase every memory of your bastard son from existence. Edward moved. The blades of chaos materialized in his hands, wreathed in crimson flame. He crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat, moving faster than Zeus expected, and brought both blades down in a vicious cross-slash. Zeus barely got his arms up in time, divine power hardening his skin to marble toughness. The blades sparked against his flesh, not cutting but leaving scorched trails. The battle had begun. Odin thrust Gungnir forward. The spear that never missed its target streaked toward Edward's back with impossible speed. But Hera was there, the blade of Olympus intercepting the legendary weapon with a clash that rang like thunder. You want a fight, Hera snarled at Odin. Then fight me. Let me show you what happens when you imprison a goddess for thousands of years. Odin's eye widened as he felt the power radiating from her, not just her own divine authority, but Edward's strength as well, flowing through their bond and amplifying her strength to terrifying levels. The battle split naturally, Edward against Zeus, Hera against Odin. Edward pressed his attack on Zeus with relentless aggression. The blades of chaos whirled in complex patterns, each strike aimed at vital points, throat, eyes, joints, anywhere that might prove vulnerable. The chains allowed for unpredictable angles of attack, and Edward used every inch of their length. Zeus defended with raw power, lightning forming shields that the blades crashed against. Electricity arced toward Edward in savage bolts, but he dodged with inhuman reflexes honed by millennia of combat. You think you're strong? Zeus roared, his fist erupting with concentrated lightning. He punched forward, the air itself ionizing from the power. I am the Skyfather, I am. Edward caught the punch. His hand closed around Zeus's fist, and for a moment, both of them simply stared at each other. Then Edward squeezed. Divine bone creaked under the pressure, and Zeus's eyes widened with the first real hint of fear. You talk too much, Edward said flatly. Then he yanked Zeus forward and head-butted him. Bang! The impact was devastating. Zeus's nose shattered, golden ichor spraying across Edward's face. The king of Olympus stumbled backward, shocked that his divine flesh had actually broken. Edward didn't give him time to recover. He swung the blades of chaos in a wide arc, the weapons screaming through the air with enough force to split mountains. Zeus threw up a shield of compressed lightning. but the blades tore through it like paper and carved deep gashes across his chest. Golden blood ichor, the life essence of gods, flowed freely. Zeus looked down at the wounds in disbelief. His true form, his full divine power, and this mortal turned something more was making him bleed like he was nothing. Across the chamber, Hera and Odin traded blows with similar brutality. Odin was a master spearman, his techniques refined over thousands of years of warfare. Gungnir moved in patterns too fast for mortal eyes to follow, each thrust precise enough to split atoms. The spear's magic ensured it never missed. Once Odin committed to an attack, reality itself would bend to make sure it landed. But Hera was fueled by Edward's power, amplified by rage that had been building for millennia. She moved with speed that defied Gungnir's magic, her enhanced reflexes allowing her to deflect strikes that should have been unavoidable. The blade of Olympus clashed against the legendary spear again and again, each impact sending shockwaves through the underworld. "You were supposed to stay buried?" Odin snarled, his runes flaring. Mystical chains erupted from the ground, trying to bind Hera's legs. "Zeus assured me you were sealed, that no one would ever." Hera shattered the chains with a pulse of divine power. "You helped him," she shouted, realization dawning. "You helped Zeus imprison me, lent him Norse runes to strengthen the seals." "You were destabilizing the divine order," Odin shot back. Gungnir swept low, aiming for her knees. Hera jumped, and the spear gouged a trench in the bedrock. A queen abandoning her king, bearing children with his enemy, it set a dangerous precedent. We couldn't allow. The blade of Olympus came down with enough force to crack Odin's guard. The impact drove him to one knee, and Hera's follow-up strike carved a line across his chest armor, parting divine metal like cloth. "You kept me from my son," Hera screamed, her voice raw with pain and fury. "From my family, from the life I deserved." She struck again, and this time the blade sunk into Odin's shoulder. Ichor flowed freely, not just minor wounds. "You don't get to justify that. You don't get to." Lightning struck her from behind. Zeus's attack sent Hera crashing into a pillar, her armor scorched. She coughed, golden burn marks spreading across her divine skin. "Stay out of this, woman," Zeus snarled. "You'll get your beating after I." Edward appeared behind Zeus, moving with impossible speed. The blades of chaos wrapped around Zeus's throat, chains pulling tight. Edward yanked backward, lifting the king of Olympus off his feet and slamming him into the ground hard enough to crater the bedrock. Zeus gasped, electricity erupting from his body in a desperate attempt to break free. The lightning scorched Edward's arms, burned through his leather armor, left blackened marks on his ash-white skin. Edward didn't let go. He planted a foot on Zeus's back and pulled harder, the chains cutting into divine flesh. "That's my wife you just attacked," Edward said coldly. "The mother of my son, the woman you imprisoned for thousands of years because your ego couldn't handle rejection." He pulled harder, and Zeus choked, ichor leaking from where the chains bit deep. "You're going to die screaming, Zeus, and every god watching will know you died to the man who made you mortal and weak." Odin tried to intervene, Gungnir streaking toward Edward's exposed back. But Hera tackled him mid-thrust, driving them both through a pillar in an explosion of stone and divine power. They rolled apart, both bloodied now. Odin's armor was cracked in multiple places. Hera's dress was torn, burn marks and cuts covering her body, but neither backed down. Edward released Zeus and kicked him away, giving the god room to stand. Zeus rose slowly, his neck a mess of bleeding wounds, his chest heaving as he struggled to breathe properly. Zeus coughed, spitting golden blood. His pride warred with his survival instinct. He'd expected to crush this godslayer easily, to demonstrate the superiority of true divine forms over whatever Edward had become. Instead, he was losing, badly. "How about this?" Zeus said, his voice raspy from the chain strangling. "You show up in Valhalla tomorrow. Face the gods in front of all creation. If you're so confident in your strength, prove it before both gods and men." "You want to call a truce?" Edward asked mockingly. "Settle this in Ragnarok. Let me fight as humanity's champion in your little tournament." Odin's eye also lit up with hope. Maybe they can use his hubris against him. Hera tried to interject, worry flickering across her face despite her injuries. "Edward, they'll fight me all at once?" Edward finished, his smile sharp and terrible. Gang up on me with every god present? Is that the plan? Zeus smirked despite his injuries, seeing that Edward understood the trap. If you're strong enough, it shouldn't be a problem, unless you're afraid. The taunt was clumsy, obvious, but Edward nodded anyway. Very well, he said calmly. I'll see you in the arena, and I'll exterminate the root of it all, this corrupt divine order that thinks it can erase humanity on a whim. Odin, still bleeding from multiple wounds, limped over to Zeus. The Allfather's eye was cold with calculation. You're making a mistake, Godslayer. In the arena, with all the gods present, you'll be overwhelmed. There's bravery, and then there's suicide. I've killed many gods before, Edward replied flatly. What's a few dozen more? Zeus laughed, a harsh, pained sound. We'll see how confident you are when reality itself bends against you. He grabbed Odin, and divine light enveloped them both. Tomorrow, Valhalla, will end this properly. They vanished in a flash of lightning and runic power, retreating to heal their wounds and prepare for the coming battle. Edward stood in the ruined chamber, breathing hard. His arms were scorched from Zeus's lightning, his armor was in tatters, and several ribs felt cracked from impacts he hadn't fully dodged. But he was smiling. Hera limped over to him, her own injuries extensive, but healing rapidly thanks to their bond. She looked worried despite her battered state. Husband, she said softly, are you sure about this? All the gods attacking at once, even with your power, that's... She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Edward pulled her close, ignoring the pain from his injuries. I'm empowered by my endless authorities now. Plus, every god I've killed, every power I've absorbed, it's all made me stronger than I've ever been. I'll kill them all, Hera. Every god that threatens humanity. Every divine being that thinks mortals are disposable. He looked down at her, his scarred face softening slightly. And then I'll take you home, back to Avalon. You'll merge with your avatar, and you'll finally get to hold Alphonse properly. Get to experience family life the way you've always deserved. Hera smiled through her tears, her hand coming up to cup his cheek. You promise, after all this violence, after all this bloodshed, we'll go home. I promise, Edward said. You can truly feel for yourself the joys of family. No more experiencing it secondhand. No more chains, no more prisons, just us, our children, and the life we've built together. Hera's smile widened, and she interlocked her arm with his. I'll hold you to that, husband. You better not die on me tomorrow. Our son needs his father. I don't plan on dying, Edward replied, starting to walk toward the exit. I plan on showing the gods exactly why they should never have messed with my family. Behind them, the underworld burned with divine power. Pillars had collapsed. The bedrock was scorched and cracked. Golden and red blood mixed in pools that steamed with residual energy. Tomorrow, the arena of Valhalla would look worse. Much worse. Zeus and Odin materialized in Asgard's healing chambers, both gods immediately attended by divine physicians. Their wounds were severe, not fatal but humiliating. Zeus's throat was torn, his chest carved with deep gashes. Odin had lost significant blood, his armor shattered, his pride wounded as badly as his body. He's stronger than we anticipated, Odin said grimly as a healer worked on his shoulder. We need everyone, Zeus replied, his voice raspy. Every god willing to fight. Tomorrow we end him, no mercy, no hesitation, we crush him utterly. Agreed, Odin said. His single eye gleamed with cold fury. The Godslayer thinks he's invincible. Tomorrow, we'll teach him what divine wrath truly means. Neither god mentioned how close they'd come to dying today. Neither acknowledged the fear that had flickered in their eyes when Edward had made them bleed. They just planned, plotted, and prepared, unaware that the being they were scheming against had fought Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor just last week. Unaware that their full divine power was nothing compared to true cosmic threats. Unaware that they were about to provide humanity with the most spectacular demonstration of divine mortality ever witnessed. Tomorrow was going to be a bloodbath. Capitulo 126, so it begins 2 in 1. The Valhalla arena was packed to its absolute limits. Gods from every pantheon filled the divine sections: Greek, Norse, Hindu, Egyptian, Chinese, Slavic, Celtic, Sumerian, and countless others. Their divine auras created a kaleidoscope of light across the massive structure. Thousands upon thousands of divine beings, all gathered to witness what they believed would be humanity's final judgment. And scattered among them, looking tiny and fragile, were humans, mortals who had been summoned to witness their own species' extinction. They huddled together in their designated sections, faces pale, hands trembling. Some prayed to gods who weren't listening. Others simply stared at the arena floor in numb acceptance. The arena itself was massive, hundreds of miles across, reinforced with divine power from multiple pantheons. The ground was made of blessed stone covered in interlocking runes from every magical tradition. Above hung massive displays made of solidified light, ensuring everyone could see clearly. In the viewing box, Brunhilde paced back and forth, her heels clicking against marble. Her expression cycling between anticipation and something that looked almost like glee. Siegfried sat watching her, a helpless smile on his face. Their reunion yesterday had been rather emotional. She had thrown herself at him the moment he'd arrived, both of them crying, holding each other for hours, which then turned into something more intimate. Thousands of years of separation ending in a night neither wanted to end. But now her mind was elsewhere. "You're going to wear a hole in the floor, Brun," Siegfried said gently. Brunhilde stopped, turning to him. Then that twisted grin spread across her face, the one that meant she was planning something, seeing angles others missed. Siegfried sighed. He knew that look. "You're enjoying this too much, and please stop smiling like that. I love you and all, but that creeps me out." "They imprisoned you for thousands of years out of spite," Brunhilde replied, her voice sharp with vindication. "They threatened to erase humanity on a whim, and now they're finally going to face real consequences. Yes, I'm enjoying this. I'm grateful to him, to Kratos, Edward, whatever his true name is," Siegfried admitted. "He freed me without obligation. But Brunhilde, Zeus and Odin are the strongest, no doubt, but he's facing 13 gods at once, even more if they forgo all honor. Even if he wounded those two yesterday." "They came back injured and terrified," Brunhilde interrupted. "I felt their power signatures when they returned from Tartarus, diminished, weakened. Zeus, the king of Olympus, bleeding and limping. Odin missing, half-blind from wounds. They barely escaped with their lives. He should have just killed them to make things easier." Siegfried had felt it too. Hours ago, he'd sensed Zeus and Odin returning to Valhalla, their divine presences flickering like dying flames. Then Edward and Hera had arrived, both slightly injured, but nowhere near the devastation the two god kings had suffered. When Edward had said he'd fight all 13 gods tomorrow, Siegfried had thought it was suicide. But Brunhilde had only asked, "Are you confident you can win, Edward? I don't fear death, but I would rather die fighting." Edward had just shrugged and replied, "I'll teach them about consequences. They've forgotten what it means to be weak and helpless." Now, sitting in the viewing box with Brunhilde's 12 sisters and the 13 legendary warriors she'd gathered, Siegfried could only hope his wife's confidence wasn't misplaced. Atrist sat nearby, wringing her hands nervously. "Sister, I still don't understand. Why only one name for humanity? Where are the other champions?" The other Valkyries murmured agreement. Rangrither asked, "Who is this Kratos, and why is Lady Hera, Zeus's wife, with him?" Aechlock added gently, "Will he be all right? Without even a Volander to help him, he might." Brunhilde's confident laugh cut through their questions. "Just watch, you'll understand soon enough." But inside she felt nervous. This was after all the gods at their peak strength. Around them sat the 13 warriors Brunhilde had once chosen as humanity's champions. Legends reborn, each carved from a different age of defiance. Labu rested Sky Piercer against his shoulder, eyes half-lidded in feigned boredom. "So," he muttered, his voice like grinding iron, "this Kratos fights in our place now, a mortal who slew their avatars. HMPH, sounds interesting enough for me to fight him." Leonidas chuckled beside him, arms crossed, his red cape draped like a banner of old defiance. "He's of Spartan origin according to the Valkyrie. That alone earns my respect. But I'd like to see how much of the old blood still runs in him. The gods he fought are not same as the ones he faces now. He killed all of them, be it avatars. Beowulf rumbled, dragging a whetstone across his sword. That alone says enough. He's not fighting for himself anymore. He fights for mankind. Adam, seated quietly at the table's center, opened his eyes. They were impossibly blue, filled with both tenderness and melancholy. "No," he said softly. "He fights because he's tired of gods deciding who deserves to live. That, I understand." His gaze lingered on the vision of Kratos upon the divine battlefield, and for a fleeting instant, it was as if he were looking at a mirror version of himself, warped by time and rage. Jack the Ripper twirled a knife between his fingers, smiling faintly. "So he's a murderer of gods, how poetic. I wonder if he kills them for justice or joy." "Joy has nothing to do with it," Sasaki Kajiro said, still seated cross-legged, his sword resting across his knees. His eyes remained closed, yet his tone carried a strange clarity. "A man who lives by the blade and loses everything to it, he doesn't kill for pleasure. He kills because that's all that's left of him." Akita Saoji looked up from polishing her blade. "You sound like you admire him, Kajiro-san." Kajiro smiled faintly. "Perhaps I do, my young friend. He reminds me that mastery means nothing if the heart behind it is broken." Raiden Tamimin laughed, his massive frame shaking the table. "Broken heart or not, the man looks strong. You see the way he carries those blades. That's not technique, that's will forged into muscle. I'd like to wrestle him once, just to see if the stories hold up." Sakata Kintoki grinned, gold gleaming across his skin. "You'd probably lose, Raiden, but it'd be one hell of a match." Nostradamus flicked a tiny glowing bubble between his fingers, watching it warp into alternate realities and collapse. "I've seen 1,000 outcomes," he murmured, eyes distant. "In some of them, Kratos vanishes mid-fight. In some, he wins but gets ambushed. But in a few, he becomes something even gods fear and run from." That earned him a round of silence. Even Lu Bu raised a brow. "You mean he actually wins?" Qin Shi Huang asked from his conjured jade throne, voice calm but sharp as a blade. "Interesting, a mortal ascending beyond gods. I did the same once, though not with blood." "Perhaps," Nostradamus said with a sly grin, "but you didn't rip out your pantheon's heart and wear it as a trophy." The first emperor smiled thinly. "If I had, perhaps heaven would have learned to respect earth sooner." Siegfried, who had arrived just now from beside Brunhilde, looked up from his seat. "This Kratos, he reminds me of something, a being twisted by power and grief. I only hope he does not drown in his own rage." "He already did," Adam replied softly, "and somehow he crawled back." Leonidas smirked. "Then he's earned my faith, I'll drink to that." "Don't get sentimental," La Bu said with a scoff. "If he falls, we fight next, and I don't plan to lose to any god or to that Spartan." "Ha," Kintoki laughed. "There it is, the great La Bu pride. Careful, old man, even you'd sweat against him." La Bu's glare was answer enough. Meanwhile, Simo Hiatus sat apart, invisible as ever, peering through imaginary rifle sights at the divine arena. "He moves like prey that learned to hunt," he muttered. "Calm, cold, and patient, a killer's instinct. If he keeps that discipline, he'll win." Jack chuckled. "How clinical of you, Mr. Ghost. But yes, the man's a monster forged by loss. I almost envy him." "Envy?" Beowulf barked. "You envy the man who killed his gods and his peace." Jack's grin widened, knife glinting. "Yes, because he lived through it. That's rarer than holiness." Nostradamus leaned back, chuckling. "You're all missing the point. Kratos isn't just fighting gods or fate. He's fighting the idea that humanity needs salvation. That's why Brunhilde chose him. He doesn't want heaven's mercy, he wants freedom, for everyone." Adam's gaze softened. "Freedom is all we ever wanted, the right to fall or rise by our own will. That's why I walked away from heaven." Silence fell upon them. Not heavy, but reverent. 13 warriors who had lived, died, and defied divine plans now watched a single man carrying all of humanity's wrath. Finally, Leonidas broke it with a grin. "You know, Brunhilde might have finally outdone herself. For once, I feel sorry for the gods. His face alone would give people nightmares." Beowulf laughed, the sound like a mountain cracking open. "Then, let's hope he gives them a show worth remembering." One by one, they nodded, La Bu with pride, Kajiro with serenity, Raiden with excitement, Adam with quiet respect. They were here not to fight, not this time. But if Kratos fell, these 13 legends would fight once more, not as warriors of the past, but as witnesses of mankind's defiance. And above them all, the murmurs of the gods faded beneath the weight of one truth that every hero in that room understood. Humanity's greatest weapon was never strength. It was the will to stand against the impossible again and again. On the arena floor, Heimdall stood at the center, his G-Jalar horn gleaming with runic power. The Norse god's armor was polished to perfection, his expression one of barely contained excitement. This would be the greatest announcement of his eternal life. He raised the horn to his lips and blew. The sound cut through every conversation, every prayer, every thought. Reality itself seemed to pause. "Ladies and gentlemen," Heimdall's voice boomed across the arena, amplified by divine power. "Gods and mortals alike, welcome to the grandest spectacle in all of creation." The divine sections erupted in cheers. The human sections fell into terrified silence. "Today, we gather to pass final judgment on humanity." Heimdall continued, spinning dramatically. 7 million years they have existed. 7 million years of wars, destruction, pollution, and blasphemy. The gods have decided, that's enough. The gods in the stands cheered again while the humans felt despair. All of their lives, hopes, and dreams now rests on a single battle, against the very gods they worshipped. "But," Heimdall raised a finger. "The Valkyrie Brunhilde invoked an ancient law, the right to trial by combat, and so we have, RAGNAROK." The word echoed across dimensions. 13 gods, 13 battles, humanity's fate decided by blood and steel. He then paused, or that was how it was supposed to be. Some of the humans looked confused. Heimdall spoke again with glee. "This time, we have a human who has dared to challenge all the gods on behalf of humanity. Is this confidence or hubris? Is he doomed to fail? I'll find out soon." The crowd roared with mixed emotions. "And now," Heimdall's voice dropped to something more intimate, more excited, "allow me to introduce the divine champions who will pass judgment on humanity." The massive displays lit up, showing the arena floor where 13 figures stood in a loose circle. First, Heimdall's voice cracked with enthusiasm. From the frozen Halls of Asgard, the strongest warrior of the Norse pantheon, the slayer of Jormungandr, the son of Odin who shook the 9 realms with his might. A spotlight illuminated Thor. He stood in full battle armor, red hair and beard wild, Mjolnir resting on his shoulder. Lightning crackled around the hammer, illuminating his scarred face. His eyes were storm clouds given form. "He has never been defeated in single combat," Heimdall shouted. "His hammer has crushed mountains, his lightning has split the sky. Mjolnir always returns to his hand. Always. It's none other than the god of thunder, Thor." Thor raised his hammer. Lightning exploded from it in a massive column that reached the clouds. The Norse section went absolutely wild, chanting his name. "Thor, Thor, Thor." The human section flinched at the display of power. Some began crying openly. Next, Heimdall spun. Also from Asgard, the trickster, the shapeshifter, father of monsters, the one who orchestrated RAGNAROK itself. Loki stepped forward, his form shifting with every step, male to female to shadow to animal to something undefined. Green eyes gleamed with malicious intelligence in every form. His smile was predatory. Heimdall announced, "The god who has escaped every prison, who has deceived every pantheon, whose tricks have toppled kingdoms, you cannot trust HIM, you cannot predict HIM, you can only fear HIM. Loki." Loki bowed with exaggerated courtesy, then his form exploded into 1,000 ravens before reforming. The crowd gasped. Mixed reactions from the Norse section, cheers and nervous laughter. Everyone knew Loki was dangerous even to allies. From the cosmic HEIGHTS of the Hindu pantheon, Heimdall's voice reached fever pitch. The destroyer, the creator, the cosmic dancer WHOSE movements reshape reality itself. Shiva stepped forward with his 4 arms relaxed. His third eye remained closed. His body was wreathed in cosmic fire that didn't burn, it simply existed, fundamental as gravity. Heimdall roared. "He ends universes with his dance, He recreates them with his breath. He has never lost a battle when fully manifested. To face HIM is to face the end of all things. Shiva began to dance. Just a few steps, but reality bent around him. Space twisted. Time stuttered. The very laws of physics seemed negotiable in his presence. The Hindu section chanted prayers, their voices creating harmonic resonance that shook the arena. The human section was openly weeping now. How could anyone fight beings like this? From the DEPTHS of the Mediterranean, Heimdall gestured dramatically. The EARTHSHAKER, ruler of 71% of Earth's surface, the god who drowned Atlantis on a whim. Poseidon stepped forward, perfect features twisted with arrogance, golden hair, cold eyes like the deepest ocean trench. His trident seemed to contain entire seas. People could see waves crashing inside the metal. Water pooled around his feet, even on dry stone. Heimdall announced, "Every drop of water obeys his command. Every ocean is his weapon. He once flooded an entire continent because someone insulted his temple. Perfection made divine, arrogance given form, the tyrant of the seas." Poseidon said nothing, didn't acknowledge the crowd, just stared ahead with absolute contempt for everything around him. The Greek section cheered, but many glanced toward Zeus's private box. Their king sat there, face unreadable, still bearing faint scars from yesterday's battle in Tartarus. Next, the demigod who became god, Heimdall spun. WHO completed 12 impossible labors, who ascended to Olympus through pure will and strength. Heracles stepped forward, muscles like living marble, the Nemean lion pelt across his shoulders. His club had crushed mountains and titans alike. Scars covered every inch of visible skin, each one a story of impossible feats. Heimdall's voice cracked with emotion. He strangled serpents as an infant. He defeated the Nemean lion with his bare hands. He cleaned the Augean stables in a single day. He stole the apples of the Hesperides. He dragged Cerberus from the underworld. Heracles raised his club. The weapon hummed with power, the accumulated might of 1,000 victories. "He never backs down," Heimdall shouted. "Never surrenders, never gives up. Mortal made immortal, the ultimate hero." Heracles. The Greek section's cheers were deafening. Heracles was beloved even among gods who normally respected no one. Some humans felt a flicker of hope. If a mortal could become that strong, maybe they had some hope. But then they looked at their single champion's empty slot, and the hope died. Now the god of war himself. Heimdall's voice took on bloodthirsty glee. Incarnation of slaughter, undefeated in 10,000 battles. Ares stepped forward, blood-red armor bearing fresh scorch marks. His face was locked in a permanent snarl. Red mist leaked from his armor, visible evidence of his violent nature. Heimdall roared. He feeds on conflict, grows stronger the longer battle continues, has personally started 500 wars, has slaughtered armies single-handedly. To fight HIM is to die screaming. Ares drew his sword. The blade literally howled with the voices of everyone it had ever killed. Thousands of voices screaming in agony. The Greek section's cheers were more subdued. Ares was respected, but also feared for his excessive brutality. The human section recoiled from the sound of that blade. From Olympus's golden HALLS, Heimdall gestured grandly, the sun god, the perfect archer, the plague bringer. Apollo stepped forward, golden skin literally glowing, perfect features that hurt to look at directly. His bow seemed made of condensed sunlight. The arrows in his quiver were solar fire given physical form. Heimdall announced, "He has never missed a shot. Never. His arrows killed the serpent Python. His plagues decimated the Greek army at Troy. He can extinguish life with a glance. The radiant, the perfect, the deadly." Apollo drew his bow and fired straight up. The arrow disappeared into the sky, then exploded like a second sun. Heat washed over the arena. Plants in the garden sections withered. The Greek section cheered. Some humans fainted from the heat, most just stared blankly without hope. From the celestial realm of ancient China, Heimdall's enthusiasm hadn't diminished. The third Lotus Prince, who defeated Dragon Kings at age 7. Neja stepped forward, young warrior with fierce eyes. Multiple divine weapons floated around him, spear, rings, a sash that moved like a living serpent. Fire wheels burned at his feet. Heimdall shouted. Who died and was reborn in lotus form, who defied his own father, master of divine martial arts, protector of humanity, until humanity was demed unworthy. NSFW. The last line made the human section murmur in confusion and betrayal. He was supposed to protect them. Neja's expression was conflicted. He didn't cheer or bow, just stood ready, weapons humming. The Chinese pantheon section cheered, but with less enthusiasm than others. Neja's story was complicated. From the scorching sands of Egypt, Heimdall's voice dropped to something darker. The god of chaos, slayer of Osiris, lord of the desert. Set stepped forward, animal head somewhere between jackal and something prehistoric. Massive frame, easily 8 feet tall. His scepter crackled with chaotic energy. His aura made the air shimmer with heat and violence. Heimdall roared. Who murdered his own brother? Who rules the desert where nothing grows? Embodiment of storms and destruction. He cannot be killed by conventional means. Chaos given form. Set slammed his scepter into the ground. Sand exploded outward, forming a miniature sandstorm that briefly obscured him. When it cleared, his eyes glowed red. The Egyptian section was quieter. Set was feared even by his own pantheon. Most hated him. From the frozen steppes of the Slavic lands, Heimdall gestured broadly. The god of sky and thunder, destroyer of demons. Perun stepped forward. Massive, easily 8 feet of pure muscle. His axe crackled with electricity. His beard literally contained storm clouds, eyes pure white with constant lightning. Heimdall shouted. Protector of truth, his axe has split mountains. His lightning burns hotter than the sun. He once killed 1,000 demons in a single night. Thunder made flesh. Perun. Perun raised his axe. Lightning struck down from clear sky, hitting the axe and spreading across the arena floor in branching patterns. The smell of ozone filled the air. The Slavic section roared approval, standing and chanting his name. And his counterpart, Heimdall's voice dropped to something almost reverent. The dark god, bringer of death, avatar of primordial night. Chernabog stepped forward, except he didn't step. He simply existed in a new location. Pure shadow, no real form, just darkness with eyes like dying stars. His presence made plants wither, made light dim, made hope feel distant. Heimdall's voice was quieter now, almost fearful. Who feeds on despair? Who grows stronger in absence of hope? The void given consciousness. To look upon Him is to know death. Chernabog didn't move or speak, but his eyes swept across the human section, and everyone they touched felt cold grip their hearts. Even the Slavic section was subdued, fear mixed with respect. Brunhilde just sighed seeing the humans' despair. Now from the Emerald Isle, Heimdall's enthusiasm returned. The demon god, the evil eye, terror of ancient Ireland. Balor stepped forward, massive frame, most of his face covered by a metal plate except for one eye. That eye was closed, but even closed it radiated power that made reality distort. The air around him looked like heat shimmer. Heimdall roared. Who can kill armies with a glance? Who has never been defeated? Only SEALED, the unkillable nightmare. When his eye opens, death follows. BALOR. Balor said nothing, didn't move, but everyone could feel the weight of that closed eye, the promise of destruction if it ever opened. The Celtic section cheered, but many other pantheons looked uneasy. Balor's power didn't discriminate between friend and foe. And finally, Heimdall spread his arms wide. The eldest, the ancient, the king of kings. Anu stepped forward. His body was made of stellar light, crown containing actual stars, staff that predated most civilizations. His aura was absolute authority, the weight of ages given form. Heimdall's voice carried genuine reverence now. King of the Mesopotamian pantheon, creator of divine law, judge of gods, older than memory, his word is reality itself. When he speaks, the universe listens. Anu. Anu raised his staff. The stars in his crown flared, and for a moment every being in the arena felt the weight of true cosmic authority. The sense that this being had existed before most concepts had names. Scattered cheers rose from all sections. Anu was respected across all pantheons. The 13 gods stood in a loose circle on the arena floor. Legends, powers that had shaped civilizations, beings who'd existed for millennia. The divine sections were delirious with excitement, cheering, chanting, celebrating their champions. The human sections were in despair. Some wept openly, others sat numb with shock. How could anyone stand against beings like that? These are the champions of the divine, Heimdall roared. Legends, heroes, gods, each one capable of ending civilizations, together unstoppable. The cheering reached a new height. Then Heimdall turned, spun dramatically, raised his Gijallar horn. And now, his voice dropped, taking on mocking tone, let me introduce humanity's champion. The display showing humanity's side flickered to life. Only a single name appeared. Kratos. No image, no title, no feats, just a name in stark white letters against darkness. The arena fell silent. 3 heartbeats of absolute quiet. Then the human section exploded. One, someone screamed, just one name. Where are the others? They gave US 1 champion against 13 gods. Panic spread like wildfire, people jumping to their feet, shouting, crying. We're dead, they're just mocking us. This isn't a trial, it's an execution. There's not even a picture, who is he? How can one man fight 13 gods? Mothers held their children. Fathers tried to maintain composure and failed. Old people who'd lived full lives wept at seeing their species end. No history, no FEATS, nothing. Did they just write a random name to make it look fair? Some tried to flee, but found they couldn't leave their seats. Divine magic kept them trapped as witnesses. This is cruelty. They're making US watch our own extinction. In the Valkyrie box, Gondal looked worried. Sister, the humans are panicking, shouldn't we do something? Wait, Brunhilde said calmly. But they think we've abandoned them, that this is just theater before they're erased. There's nothing to do, action speaks louder than words. The divine sections were laughing now, gods mocking the humans openly. One champion, a Greek god, called out, how generous. I'm surprised they even bothered with a name, a Norse deity added. This will be over in seconds. The man who dares to be a godslayer, Heimdall continued, his voice dripping with false drama. The foolish mortal who dared to blaspheme, who fought against divine avatars in another realm and somehow survived. Some gods in the audience shifted uncomfortably. Those whose avatars had died on Earth X knew he didn't just survive, but they wouldn't spread that around. His origins are shrouded in mystery, Heimdall continued. Though his title claims he hails from Sparta, he looks more like a ghost than a man, pale as death, marked with the blood of his victims. The human section was still in chaos, people shouting questions that no one answered. Will he preserve humanity's hope? Heimdall's voice rose. Can he save them from extinction, or will he die screaming like all mortals who overreach? In the preparation tunnel, Gollal stood beside Edward. The young Valkyrie was shaking, hands twisting together nervously. There's your cue, Mr. Kratos, she managed, voice trembling. Please don't die. Sister would be sad, and the humans are so scared, and I don't want to watch everyone get erased and... She was rambling, terror making her words spill out. Edward looked down at her. Then, despite everything, he smiled, reached down and patted her head gently. Thanks, lass, you're pretty cute and funny. His Kratos voice somehow gentle. I wish I had a daughter like you. Mine are always looking for fights. Gollal blushed furiously, her fear momentarily forgot. Heh, really? Really? Hera stepped forward from the shadows. She wore more practical clothing now, still regal but designed for movement. Her purple hair tied back. She looked every inch the warrior queen. She moved to Edward, fixing his armor straps with practiced efficiency, checking each piece, making sure everything was secure. Maybe we can try for a daughter when we get back, she said lightly, though worry showed in her eyes. Alphonse would love a little sister. Edward pulled her into a firm embrace. She melted into it immediately, arms wrapping around his waist. For a moment, they just held each other. "Be careful," Edward murmured. "Sit with Brunhilde and the Valkyries. The gods are treacherous. If they think they're losing, they might try to use you as a hostage." Hera pulled back enough to look up at him, then kissed him deeply. When they separated, she whispered, "Return safely to my side, husband. Our son is waiting. Our family is waiting." Edward nodded, his expression shifted. The warmth drained away, replaced by cold emptiness. The loving husband disappeared. The ghost of Sparta emerged. In his soulscape, Kratos stirred. They prepared a grand stage for their funeral. "Then let's not disappoint them," Edward replied internally. He turned and walked toward the light. "Ladies and gentlemen," Heimdall's voice echoed, "gods and mortals, I give you humanity's champion, the man who willingly accepted this battle. The ghost of Sparta, Kratos." Edward emerged from the tunnel. The first thing people saw was his skin, pale, ash-white like a corpse, the color of death itself. Then the red tattoo running from his eye down across his body, like dried blood. Scars covered every visible inch of skin, burn marks, claw marks, blade wounds, each one a story of violence. His Spartan armor was simple but well-worn, leather and bronze, battle-tested. The red sash was faded from countless fights. His eyes were cold and ancient, empty of mercy or fear, eyes that had seen gods die and felt nothing. The blades of chaos hung at his sides, their chains wrapped around his forearms. The weapons looked hungry for blood. He walked forward steadily, each step measured. Some humans recognized him immediately. "That's the man," someone shouted, "the one who stopped the truck 3 days ago. He saved that cave, I saw the video. He's real, he's actually real." Hope flickered in small pockets of the human section. Not much, not enough to overcome the overwhelming despair. But a spark, that's all humans need sometimes. Others saw only a ghost, a monster, something that looked more dead than alive. "That's our champion," someone wailed. "He looks like a corpse. How is he supposed to fight 13 gods?" But regardless of their feelings, cheers and applause rose from the human section. Desperately clinging onto hope, he was fighting for them, fighting for humanity's survival. That had to count for something. The gods, meanwhile, studied him with various expressions. Most showed contempt, amusement. This pale scarecrow was supposed to threaten them. But several gods, those whose avatars had died on Earth X, reacted differently. Poseidon's eyes widened slightly. His grip on his trident tightened until knuckles went white. Ares's scarred face twisted with pure hatred. He still remembered how he toyed with him. Thor's expression darkened, storm clouds gathering in his eyes. Apollo's perfect smile faltered, his lips twisted into a snarl. They recognized him very well. The barrier rose around the arena with a hum of power, collaborative magic from multiple pantheons. Norse runes interwoven with Greek enchantments, Hindu cosmic energy reinforcing it, Egyptian death magic stabilizing, blessed by dozens of minor deities. The barrier was designed to contain battles between true gods at full power. Nothing inside would escape. Nothing outside could interfere. The 13 gods spread out, forming a loose circle around Edward. Each drew their weapons. Divine power radiated from them in visible waves. Poseidon stepped forward first. His cold eyes locked onto Edward with hatred so intense it was almost physical. "Do you remember?" Poseidon's voice was quiet but carried clearly. "What you did to my avatar?" Silence fell across the arena. "You toyed with him," Poseidon continued, his voice dropping lower. "Made the god of the sea drown in his own domain. My avatar choked on salt water, limbless, while sharks devoured their god." His words were silenced by the barrier to prevent others from knowing. His trident began to glow. Water materialized from nothing, forming a sphere around him. "Today I will return that humiliation." His voice was arctic. "Tenfold, 1,000-fold, I'll make you beg for death." Ares moved to stand beside him. The god of war's face was twisted with rage that went beyond reason. "No more holding back," Ares snarled. "No more mortal realm restrictions, no more limited power." His multiple weapons materialized. "I'll tear your limbs off one by one." Slowly. I'll hang your corpse from Olympus's highest gates for every human to see what happens when you defy the gods." His sword howled with the voices of the dead. Thor stepped forward, Mjolnir spinning in his massive hand. Lightning crackled, illuminating his scarred face. "Last time we fought, my avatar was constrained," the thunder god rumbled. "Limited by the mortal realm's rules, weakened by distance from Asgard." He pointed the hammer at Edward. "This time, my full power, no restrictions, no limitations. You'll learn what it truly means to face a god of." Edward raised his hand. The gesture was so casual, so completely dismissive, that all 13 gods stopped mid-sentence. The entire arena fell silent. Edward looked at them, his expression hadn't changed, still empty, still cold. Then he spoke. His voice was rough, like stone grinding against stone, but it carried clearly across the massive arena. "You gods love to hear your own voices." Pause. "Are you done running your mouths?" His eyes swept across all 13 of them. "If not, make it quick. Those will be your last words." For 3 heartbeats, no one moved. No one spoke. The sheer audacity of dismissing 13 gods who'd just been introduced as legends, as world-enders, as unstoppable force, was beyond comprehension. Then Heimdall, sensing the tension reaching a breaking point, raised his G-Jaller horn and blew. The sound cut across reality itself. "Let Arigianeroke begin." Set sneered. "Foolish mortal, you are now trapped here until we tear you apart. Beg for mercy, and maybe I'll leave a full corpse." Edward looked at him without any emotions. "I'm not the one trapped here with you. You all are trapped here with me." His voice sent a shiver down their spines. All 13 gods charged at once. Thor from the front, Mjolnir already swinging. Shiva from the left, 4 arms creating a web of attacks. Poseidon from the right, water forming spears. Ares charging from front with bloodlust. Apollo drawing his bow, Set raising his scepter. Perun calling lightning. Loki shifting forms, Heracles raising his club, Neja's weapons spinning. Balor reaching for his eye plate, Chernabog spreading darkness, Anu channeling cosmic authority. 13 gods, 13 legends, all attacking from different angles simultaneously. The human section screamed in fear, some closed their eyes. The divine sections cheered. But then something strange happened. Edward vanished. He didn't run or dodge. He simply ceased to exist in his original position. Then he appeared in the exact center of the attacking circle. The blades of chaos materialized in his hands, wreathed in crimson flame. He spun a full circle, both blades extended. The weapons moved faster than thought, faster than divine reflexes could track. 13 streaks of red fire blazed across the arena. At the same time, golden ichor erupted from different points on each god's body. Thor's shoulder sprayed gold. Shiva's second left arm opened with a deep gash, Poseidon's perfect cheek split. Ares's fresh wound from yesterday reopened. Apollo's golden skin parted across his ribs, Set's animal hide tore at the throat. Perun's massive chest leaked gold, Loki's current form bled from the stomach, Heracles' thigh opened, Neja's shoulder split. Balor's arm carved deep. Chernabog's shadow form leaked something darker than blood. Anu's stellar light flickered and dimmed. All 13 gods jumped back simultaneously, shock written across their faces. They looked at their wounds, at the golden ichor leaking from injuries that shouldn't exist. The arena fell into absolute silence. Then slowly Edward straightened, the blades of chaos still burned in his hands, his expression hadn't changed, still empty, still cold. He spoke quietly, but in the silence everyone heard. "If this is the so-called divine might," a pause, "you should give up calling yourselves gods." 3 heartbeats of stunned silence. Then the human section exploded. He hit THEM. All of them. Gods are bleeding. He drew first blood. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave. People jumped to their feet, crying and cheering simultaneously. The impossible had just happened. One human had made 13 gods bleed in a single attack. In this battle that should have been an execution, humanity had drawn first blood. And Edward stood alone in the center of the arena, flames reflected in his ancient eyes, waiting for the gods to realize their mistake. The battle had only just begun. Capitulo 127, The Slaughter of Gods, 1. The 13 gods stared at their wounds. Golden ichor dripped onto the blessed stone of the arena floor, each drop hissing and steaming where it landed. They'd charged together, thinking they will end it easily. And now, a single human had made them all bleed in one move. Their true forms were actually hurt. The impossible had happened. In the human section, someone screamed, "He hit them, all of them." The sound broke the shock. Suddenly everyone was shouting, crying, cheering. People who'd been sitting in numb acceptance of death were now on their feet, hope blazing in their eyes like a wildfire. "They're bleeding. Gods are bleeding. He made them bleed." An old woman collapsed in her seat, sobbing, "We might live, we might actually live." A father held his daughter close, tears streaming down his face. "You see that, sweetheart? That man is fighting for you, for all of us." But not everyone was celebrating. Many still looked terrified, hands gripping armrests until knuckles went white. "It's just first blood," someone said nervously. "He hurt them, but they're Gods. They'll recover. They'll." "Shut up," someone else shouted. "Let us have this. Let us have hope for one damn second." In the divine sections, the atmosphere was completely different. Shock, disbelief, and underneath it, the first stirrings of real fear. A minor Greek deity leaned toward another. "Did you see how fast he moved? I couldn't even track it." 13 gods, he hit all 13, in a single movement. That shouldn't be possible. Even for demigods, that shouldn't be possible. "He's not a demigod," an older god interrupted, his face grim. "Look at his eyes, that's something else, something we haven't seen ever." The Norse section was in chaos. Gods shouting at each other, arguing about what they'd just witnessed. "Thor's bleeding," Tyr was shocked. "Just a scratch, he's taken worse from Jotuns," Vidar said nervously. "From what? When has Thor ever bled in the first exchange? When has any god bled that easily?" In Zeus's private box, the king of Olympus sat very still. His hands gripped the armrests of his throne, and those close enough could see his knuckles were white. His face showed nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Edward with an expression that was hard to read. He muttered softly, "I has too confident. I don't think those 13 will be enough." Hera was clapping with a smile from the box. Brunhilde looked at her weirdly. "So you truly have left that old lecher and married the guy who will kill him? Can't say I don't support it. He is an interesting man." Hera chuckled lightly. "That's a crude way to put it, little Valkyrie. I love him and he loves me. He has given me what I always wanted, a real family." She stared down at the arena fondly. Brunhilde smirked. "I am happy for you, my lady, but you should be careful. Zeus is a petty bastard. He will definitely try something." Hera's face showed nothing but cool detachment, but those who knew her could see the subtle tension in her shoulders, the way her hands were clasped too tightly. On the arena floor, Thor was the first to recover. The thunder god's face was twisted with humiliation and rage. Golden ichor ran from the gash on his shoulder, staining his red beard. "That was luck," Thor roared, his voice shaking the arena. Lightning exploded from Mjolnir in a blinding column that reached the clouds. "Nothing but luck, a cheap trick." "Luck," Edward's voice was cold, completely empty of emotion. He stood in the center of their broken circle, the blades of chaos still burning in his hands. "No, that was restraint." The word hit like a physical blow. Restraint. He was saying he'd held back. The implication made several gods' faces flush with anger. "Restraint," Ares's voice cracked with fury. The god of war's face was split from Edward's earlier strike, golden blood still pouring down his jaw. "You dare." Edward moved. Not toward any single god, but forward directly at the clustered Greek pantheon. Divine instinct had made them group together. Poseidon, Heracles, Ares, and Apollo, 4 of Olympus's finest. Ares charged to meet him, sword raised and howling with the voices of everyone it had ever killed. Thousands of screams pouring from the blade. "I'll tear you apart." Edward's blade came across in a horizontal slash. The strike was so fast Ares barely registered it. Then pain exploded across his face as the weapon carved through his cheek, splitting it open to the bone. Teeth were visible through the wound. Ares stumbled back, golden ichor spraying in an arc. "My face," Ares's scream was more shock than pain. "You cut him my face, I'll kill you." Heracles came from the left, his stone sword, the weapon that had pulverized the Nemean lion, swinging with enough force to turn mountains to dust. The air itself screamed as the weapon descended. Edward ducked under it. The sword passed so close that displaced air, and the sonic boom of its passage made several humans in the audience clutch their ears in pain. As he rose calmly, the chains of the blades of chaos whipped out like living serpents, wrapping around Heracles' wrist. Edward yanked, using the demigod's own momentum against him. Heracles' eyes widened as he realized what was happening. His feet left the ground, his enormous frame suddenly felt weightless, flying forward with no control. Edward's boot caught him in the chest. The impact sounded like a bomb detonating. Heracles' ribs cracked, divine bones that could withstand Titan blows, actually cracking. He crashed into Poseidon, and both gods went down in a tangle of limbs and indignation. "Get off of me, you oaf." Poseidon shoved at Heracles, his perfect composure shattered. Apollo fired. 3 arrows of condensed sunlight, each moving faster than sound, each hot enough to melt steel. The arrows left trails of fire in the air, reality itself scorching from their passage. Edward twisted his body to dodge. The first arrow passed inches from his face, close enough that he felt his skin blister from the heat. He brought his blade up, catching the second arrow on the chaos-forged metal. The divine fire splashed against it harmlessly, absorbed by a weapon that had been bathed in far worse. The third arrow hit his shoulder. The arrow bored through leather armor like it was paper, pierced flesh, and buried itself 2 inches into muscle. Divine fire spread from the wound, burning from the inside. Edward grunted, his jaw clenching, but he ignored it as it didn't actually hurt. But to others witnessing it, it felt like a real hit. The human section gasped, "He's hit, he's bleeding." "That's just a flesh wound. Don't stop, Kratos. Show these gods our will." "It's just one hit, he's fine. He has to be fine." Edward looked amused as he reached up and grabbed the arrow shaft. The divine fire burning his palm, skin blistering and recovering due to his powers. With a sharp yank, he tore the arrow out. Flesh came with it, blood spraying. He looked at the arrow for a moment. His blood mixed with the golden ichor already coating the shaft. Then he looked at Apollo. He smiled. It wasn't pleasant. It was the smile of a predator who just confirmed his prey could bleed. "My turn." He threw the arrow back with his bare hand. Apollo's eyes widened. He tried to dodge, divine reflexes making him blur with speed as he tried to control it. The arrow was his own, it carried his authority, his divine power. But the force was too much. The arrow curved in mid-flight, defying physics, and buried itself in Apollo's thigh rather than his heart. The sun god's scream shattered the arena's atmosphere, a genuine scream of shock and pain. Gods weren't supposed to feel pain like this. Apollo fell to one knee, hands going to the arrow, golden blood flowing around the shaft. His face, always composed, always perfect, twisted with confusion and fear. "It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? I'm a god. This shouldn't hurt so much." Poseidon felt something and looked worried. "He power is like poison to us. It corrodes divinity." From behind, Thor's hammer came like divine judgment. The air pressure changed, ozone smell overwhelming, every hair on Edward's body standing on end as Mjolnir approached. The hammer that never missed. The hammer that had shattered mountains and crushed giants. Edward didn't dodge. He caught it. His hand closed around the shaft just behind the hammer's head. The impact drove him 6 inches into the stone floor, cracks radiating outward like a spiderweb. The force traveled up his arm, bones creaking, muscles screaming, skin tearing. His entire body trembled with the effort of stopping the hammer's flight. But he held it. The arena fell absolutely silent. In the Norse section, a Sif whispered, that's impossible." "Only those worthy can lift Mjolnir," another god said, his voice hollow. "Only those deemed strong enough by it can lift it." "He's not lifting it," someone interrupted. "He's stopping it. That's different, That's worse," an older god finished. "That means raw strength is overcoming divine law." Thor's jaw had dropped, his eyes stared in absolute disbelief. You can't, only those worthy are." Edward's other blade lashed out. The chain extended across the distance, wrapping around Thor's thick neck like a garrote. Then he pulled while simultaneously throwing Mjolnir back. Bang! The hammer hit Thor in his own face with devastating force. The sound was like a building collapsing. Thor's nose shattered, spraying golden ichor across his red beard. His left eye burst from the impact, divine ichor running down his cheek. The orbital bone caved in with an audible crunch. Thor flew backward, crashing through a pillar of divine stone. The pillar, which had stood for millennia, exploded into fragments. Thor's body disappeared into the rubble. The Norse section erupted. Thor! Someone help him. He's the strongest. How did he get knocked away? We need to stop this. We need to help them. But they were afraid too. What if he did the same to them, who are even weaker than Thor? Edward released the chain, letting it retract. He looked at his hand, the one that had caught Mjolnir. The skin was blackened and cracked, blood seeping from where the impact had burst capillaries. His fingers trembled from the damage. Worthiness has nothing to do with strength, Edward said quietly, but in the silence, everyone heard. In the human section, someone started crying. Then another. Not from fear, from overwhelming emotion. Hope and disbelief and desperate prayer all mixed together. He's doing it, a man whispered. Kratos is actually doing it. Don't say that, his wife hissed. Don't jinx it, just pray, just keep praying. A young boy tugged his mother's sleeve. Mama, will that man save us? The mother looked at the arena, at Edward standing alone against divine might, and she couldn't answer. Just held her son closer and hoped for the best. Edward was feeling the warmth in his body. The collective hopes of humanity floating towards him, empowering him. He looked at the audience who cheered for him. A small smile appeared on his face. This is why I walk this path, so they never lose that light in their eyes. Shiva attacked from 3 sides simultaneously. 4 arms creating a web of strikes with perfect coordination. Trishula, sword, staff, and 1 hand wreathed in cosmic fire that could unmake anything. Each attack came from a different angle, each one perfectly timed to intersect with the others, leaving no opening to escape. Edward met them all. His right blade parrying the trident, sparks flying as fire met steel. His left blade's chain whipping out to deflect the sword, wrapping around it and redirecting it. He ducked under the staff, feeling it pass so close it almost scratched his skin. He caught the cosmic fire hand with his own palm. For a moment they were locked together, face to face. Edward's partially divine nature fought against Shiva's cosmic authority. The destroyer's power tried to unmake Edward's flesh, to reduce him to component atoms. Edward's godslayer authority fought back, resisting the divine influence. Their eyes met. Shiva's third eye began to open, the eye that could end universes with a glance. He grinned savagely. Let's see how you survive this. Edward headbutted him without replying. The impact was brutal. Shiva's blue skin split across his forehead, golden ichor flowing into his eyes. His third eye snapped shut reflexively, the divine technique interrupted. Edward's follow-up kick broke 2 of Shiva's ribs with audible cracks. The destroyer staggered back, cosmic fire flickering like a candle in wind. For the first time since his manifestation, Shiva looked uncertain. In the Hindu section, the reaction was immediate and shocked. Lord Shiva is injured. That's impossible. He's the destroyer. He can't be beaten. Did you see how he stopped the Tandava? No one stops the cosmic dance. An elderly deity stood, his voice shaking. We need to intervene. This isn't right. This goes against. Against what? Another god interrupted bitterly. Against the natural order, we set the rules. We demanded this battle. Now we watch. From the right flank, Set charged with his scepter raised, chaos energy crackling along its length. From the left, Perrin struck with his lightning axe blazing. He taught he had him. Behind Edward, Chernabog spreading darkness that seemed to devour light itself, his very presence making the nearby air cold enough to see frost. 3 gods, 3 different pantheons, attacking in coordination. All to face a so-called mortal human, if only they knew what he truly was. Edward spun between them. The blades of chaos whirled in figure-8 patterns, each movement precise. He wasn't wasting energy showboating. Every strike had purpose, every move was perfect. Set's scepter met his right blade. Chaos energy crackled against Olympian fire, neither giving way. Set's animal face twisted with effort as he pushed harder, trying to overwhelm Edward with raw power. Edward pushed back, not just with physical strength, but with the Godslayer authority embedded in his weapons. The chaos energy began to dim, suppressed by power specifically designed to counter divine might. Set's eyes widened. "What are you? How can you move like that?" Edward reversed directions suddenly. His left blade's chain whipped out, wrapping around Perun's incoming axe. He yanked, pulling the massive Slavic god off balance directly into Set's path. Both gods collided with a thunderous impact. Perun's shoulder slammed into Set's animal head, dazing the Egyptian god. They stumbled, tangled together, divine coordination broken by simple physics. Edward was already moving past them. Chernabog loomed behind, his shadow form expanding to engulf Edward whole. The primordial darkness that existed before creation reached out with tendrils of pure void. Edward slashed through it. The blades of chaos, forged in the depths of Tartarus and quenched in the blood of Titans, cut through the conceptual darkness like it was cloth. Chernabog screamed in anger and pain. It was an unholy sound that made every mortal in the arena cover their ears, some crying out in pain. The scream wasn't just sound, it was existential horror made audible. The sound of something that shouldn't be able to feel pain, feeling it anyway. Chernabog's shadow form recoiled, pulling back, his burning eyes flickering with something that looked like fear. "You can hurt concepts," the dark god whispered, his voice carrying despite its quietness. "How is that possible?" Edward's boot caught what passed for Chernabog's face. The impact dispersed the shadow form, making it explode outward in wisps of darkness. Chernabog reformed 20 feet away, but his eyes were no longer confident. For the first time since his manifestation at the dawn of darkness, Chernabog looked uncertain. The Slavic section was in chaos. Did he just kick Chernabog? You can't kick darkness, you can't hurt shadow. He just did you not see? This is wrong, this violates the fundamental nature of. The fundamental nature of what? An older goddess interrupted, her voice sharp. Divine superiority, the idea that we're untouchable, look at the arena, look at what's happening. Maybe our fundamental nature was built on a lie. Neja came from above, his fire wheels blazing, creating a trail of flame through the air. His multiple divine weapons spun around him, spear, rings, sash, all attacking simultaneously from different vectors. The third Lotus Prince moved with incredible speed, his young face set with determination. Die! His spear thrust toward Edward's heart. His rings came at the head from 2 angles, his sash wrapped toward the legs. 4 simultaneous attacks, each one perfectly coordinated. Edward met the spear with his right blade. The impact sent shockwaves across the arena, cracking stone for 50 feet around them. His left chain wrapped around one ring, using it as a fulcrum to deflect the other. The sash wrapped around his forearm, Neja pulled, trying to drag Edward off balance. Edward let himself be pulled, used the momentum to close distance rather than resist. His fist met Neja's nose with a sickening crunch. The young god's nose shattered, golden ichor spraying across both their faces. Neja's concentration broke, his grip on his weapons faltering. Edward's blade came across in a vicious slash, carving deep into Neja's shoulder, cutting down to bone. Neja screamed and retreated, his divine weapons clattering as he struggled to maintain control. Ichor poured from the shoulder wound, more than should be possible. Edward shook his head. "Go play with other kids, boy, I won't hold back." In the Chinese section, the reaction was immediate. "Neja, the third prince is. He's just a boy, he shouldn't be in this fight." "A boy," another god snapped. "He's thousands of years old, he defeated dragon kings. And now he's bleeding like he's mortal, look at him." Anu descended from above, his body blazing with stellar light. The Sumerian sky god's presence was overwhelming, ancient beyond ancient, carrying the weight of laws written before most pantheons existed. His staff crackled with power of the sky itself. "Know your place, mortal." Divine law crashed down like a physical weight. The compulsion to kneel, to submit, to acknowledge the superiority of gods over mortals. Reality itself seemed to bend, trying to force Edward to the ground. The stone beneath his feet cracked from the pressure. The air grew thick, hard to breathe. The human section felt it too. Many were forced to their knees despite the distance, the divine authority too overwhelming to resist. I can't breathe. The pressure, it's too much. Even watching it hurts. Please be safe, Kratos. But Edward remained standing. His knees trembled, sweat poured down his face. Every muscle in his body strained against the cosmic weight pressing down on him, but he did not kneel. Looks like I have to get serious, Edward said. His voice was strained but absolute. Activate skill, Ghost of Vengeance. His Ghost of Vengeance authority activated as the sky above started to turn red. Humans looked in awe at the display of strength. The divine compulsion shattered like glass. The pressure vanished instantly. Edward straightened, and the ease with which he did it made Anu's eyes widen. He's like him. Edward jumped. His partially divine nature combined with pure physical power launched him impossibly high, crossing the distance to Anu in a single bound. His blade met Anu's staff midair. Cracked. The clash lit up the arena like a second sun. Stellar light against Olympian fire. Ancient authority against God-killing will. Divine law against the fundamental rejection of divine superiority. For 3 heartbeats, they were locked together in midair. 2 beings channeling power that could reshape reality, neither giving an inch. Then Edward's blade cut through it. The ancient staff, older than most civilizations, harder than any earthly metal, split in 2. The halves fell away, power dissipating. Edward's follow-up strike opened Anu from shoulder to chest. Not a shallow cut, but a deep gash that carved through divine flesh, through the stellar light that made up his body. The wound was so deep people could see through it, see the other side of Anu's body through the gap. Cosmic light leaked from the wound like blood. Anu's eyes widened in shock and pain. He fell from the sky, crashing into the arena floor with an impact that cracked stone in a 30-meter radius. The Sumerian section went absolutely silent. No one spoke, no one even breathed. Anu, the eldest, the lawgiver, the king of their pantheon, was on the ground, wounded, possibly dying. The human crowd erupted. Kratos did it, he actually did it. Kill those gods, we all have faith in you. Kratos, 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 the cheers rang loudly. Adam looked at the scene with a gentle smile. He might actually pull it off. Beowulf grinned widely. This guy, I like him. Akita had stars in his eyes. He's so cool. Buddha, who munched on popcorn, looked amused. He's an interesting fellow, and he's still holding back. Looks like I don't need to step in. The gods began to regroup, circling Edward warily. All of them were injured now. All of them were bleeding, some worse than others. Apollo clutched his thigh where his own arrow still protruded, his perfect face twisted with pain and disbelief. Shiva held his broken ribs, cosmic fire barely flickering around his forearms. Heracles flexed his hands, both wrists carved deep where Edward's chains had bitten. Ares's face was split open, bone visible through the gash. Thor emerged from the rubble, his face a mess of blood and ruined flesh, one eye completely gone. Loki's current form, which he'd shifted 3 times already, had deep cuts across the torso. Anu lay on the ground, trying to stand despite the massive wound. Set's animal hide was torn at the throat. Perun's massive chest leaked golden ichor from a slash Edward had landed during the exchange. Neja held his ruined shoulder, his young face pale. Balor's injured hands trembled near his eyeplate. Chernabog's shadow flickered uncertainly. And Poseidon, the only one who hadn't directly engaged yet, stared at Edward with his cold eyes, his arrogance finally cracking into something that looked like concern. They'd been fighting for maybe 3 minutes. And they were losing badly. In the human section, the noise was deafening. People screaming, crying, praying, cheering, all at once. A cacophony of desperate hope. He's winning. Did you see that? He's actually winning. Don't say that, don't jinx it. Keep fighting, Kratos, please keep fighting. An old man collapsed in his seat, his hand over his heart, tears streaming down his face. I never thought I'd see the day. Gods bleeding. actually bleeding. A mother held her children, all of them crying. You see what one person can do? Remember this. No matter what happens, remember that humanity didn't go quietly. In the divine sections, the mood was completely different. Shock had turned to anger. Anger was turning to fear. This is impossible. 13 gods, 13, and one mortal is hurting them. He's not mortal, he can't be, no mortal could. Then what is he? I don't know, but whatever he is, he's killing us. In the Valkyrie box, Brunhilde's sisters sat in stunned silence. Galal was crying, her hands over her mouth. The legendary warriors Brunhilde had gathered, Lu Bu, Sasaki Kajiro, Leonidas, all of them, stared at the arena with expressions ranging from awe to disbelief. He's doing it alone, Lu Bu whispered. What we would have needed Valander to even attempt. He's doing it alone. Leonidas, the Spartan king, leaned forward. That fighting style, those movements, that Spartan training but refined beyond anything I've ever seen. How many battles has he fought? How many centuries of war? Siegfried just shook his head, remembering Edward casually breaking his chains in Tartarus. You asked if he'd be all right, he spoke to Brunhilde. You should have asked if the gods would be all right. Brunhilde smiled, that twisted, vindictive smile. Oh, I knew the answer to that. He's gonna fuck them up. On the arena floor, Edward stood among the circling gods. His breathing was heavy, sweat mixed with blood, both red and gold covering his body. The wound in his shoulder has healed. His hand that had caught Mjolnir was fixed, but underneath it all, he was unharmed. But his eyes were clear, focused, and utterly without mercy. The gods looked at each other, some silent communication passing between them. They'd tried fighting in small groups, tried coordinating by pantheon. It hadn't worked. Time for something different. Ares spat golden blood. We need to stop holding back, use our divinities and ignore any loss of reputation. Agreed, Poseidon said coldly. His perfect composure had returned, but something in his eyes had changed. Fear lurked beneath the arrogance now. All of us, everything we have, simultaneously. Thor wiped blood from his ruined face. Our ultimate techniques, all at once, overwhelm him. Shiva's 4 arms moved in complex gestures, cosmic fire reigniting around them. If we don't end this now, we won't get another chance. The gods spread out, forming a wide circle around Edward. Each one began channeling power. Divine energy built in waves, making the air shimmer, making reality itself groan under the pressure. The barrier containing the battlefield began to crack. Gods in the audience rushed forward to reinforce it, pouring their own power into maintaining the containment. In the human section, people felt the building power and shrank back in their seats. What's happening? They're doing something. The air feels wrong. Oh gods, they're going to kill him. They're going to. Shut up, just watch, have faith in Kratos. Edward felt it too. Felt 13 gods channeling everything they had. Felt reality bending under the weight of divine power being gathered. Saw each god preparing their ultimate technique, the attacks that had shaped myths, that had ended armies, that had carved their legends into human consciousness. He looked at his hands, at the blades of chaos, still burning but dimmer now, at the gods surrounding him, preparing to unleash everything. And he smiled. Not the cold, empty smile from before. This was something else, something that mixed Edward's determination with Kratos's savage joy, the smile of someone who'd been waiting for this, who'd been hoping for this. A real fight. He raised his arms, and his voice boomed across the arena, carrying to every corner. Goods, finally. Then he activated it, the power he'd been holding in reserve, the true extent of what he was. Spartan rage. His body exploded with red light, not the golden divine glow of gods, but something darker. Crimson like fury given form. His eyes turned completely red, no white, no pupil, just solid burning crimson. His wounds stopped bleeding. His muscles expanded, growing denser, harder. Steam rose from his skin as divine power and battle fury mixed into something terrible and primal. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the sheer pressure of his aura. The skill doubled his strength, then tripled it. His already formidable power became monstrous, the air around him distorted from heat and pressure. But he wasn't done. His voice rang out again, louder, carrying the weight of gods killed. My fury burns all. THH arena started shaking, the whole audience felt it. And my rage rends the world asunder. Let the heavens bleed. His body glowed faintly beneath the blood and ash, not with divine light, but with something older, more terrifying. Alpha nu alpha iotero epsilon sigma iot sigma, theta epsilon omega nu, anarius isthon. The gods all felt it. Fear. Their instincts were screaming at them to run, to get far away from this man. The arena floor split. The barrier cracked despite dozens of gods reinforcing it. The air turned blood-red as Edward's noble phantasm activated, as the crystallization of Kratos' legend manifested. Divine weapons materialized around him. The blade of Olympus, massive and blue, hovering behind him like a waiting executioner. The Nemean cestus, gauntlets of the lion that couldn't be pierced. The claws of Hades, dripping with death itself. The boots of Hermes, granting impossible speed. The bow of Apollo, taken from a sun god in his earth. The chains of Atlas that had held the world. Each weapon was a trophy. Each represented a god killed. Each radiated power that made the watching deities uncomfortable. But more than the weapons, Edward himself changed. His presence expanded, became heavier, more oppressive. The arena floor cracked beneath his feet not from weight but from conceptual pressure. The air itself seemed to rebel against his existence. This was the God-Slayer's authority made manifest. The walking extinction event that destroyed Olympus. The being that had ended an entire pantheon and claimed their power as his own. The effect on the gods was immediate and devastating. Apollo's divine light flickered. His wounds, which had been slowly healing through divine regeneration, stopped closing. The sun god looked at his hands in horror as his golden skin began to look almost mortal. Shiva's cosmic fire dimmed. His third eye, which had been trying to open, snapped shut and wouldn't respond to his commands. The destroyer felt his divine authority being suppressed, compressed, diminished. Perun's thunder began to scatter around him. The sky he commanded felt distant, his connection to his domain weakening. Neja felt his divine strength fading, his body actually feeling tired for the first time in his existence. The Greek gods, Apollo, Poseidon, Heracles, Ares, felt it worst of all. The noble phantasm was specifically designed to kill them. Their divinity didn't just weaken. It began to erode, to burn away like morning mist under harsh sunlight. Apollo fell to one knee, gasping, "My power, I can barely feel my authority. Wait, I remember this. That's how he killed our avatars." Poseidon's face had gone pale. "He's not just strong, he's erasing our divinity. How is that possible? How can a mortal?" "He's not mortal," Heracles whispered, his eyes wide with recognition and dawning horror. "He's something else, something that kills what we are." In the divine sections, panic was spreading. What is that power? It's hurting them, the Greek gods are. Not just them, look at Shiva, look at Thor. This violates every law. Mortals can't have this kind of. "He's not mortal," someone screamed. "Stop saying that, whatever he is, he's not mortal." In Zeus's box, the king of Olympus had stood up. His hands gripped the railing so hard the divine metal was bending. His face was twisted with an expression that mixed rage, fear, and something that might have been recognition. He remembered this very well. That cursed power. Hera felt a little uneasy. The power was affecting all gods, but somehow she remained unaffected. She smiled at Edward, who stood in arena, and shouted, "End this fight, husband." The gods around her gasped as they heard it. Did she call that mortal her husband? Hera left Zeus. Zeus got his wife stolen from him. Zeus shattered the railing as he looked at Hera with hatred. He spoke coldly to Hermes. "Grab her and bring her here. If things go badly, we will use her as leverage." Hermes wanted to ask something, but he stopped seeing the scary look on Zeus' face. On the arena floor, Edward stood wreathed in red light and surrounded by divine weapons. His eyes blazed crimson. His body radiated power that made gods flinch. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of every god he'd ever killed. You wanted to erase humanity, to end an entire species because they didn't meet your standards. He looked at each god in turn. Now you're going to learn what extinction feels like. Capitulo 128, The Slaughter of Gods 2. The 13 gods, even weakened by Edward's noble phantasm, even suppressed by the God-slayer's authority that pressed down on their divinity like a physical weight, knew they had no choice. This was their only chance. One final, desperate gambit. Everything they had, all at once, or they would die here. Poseidon met Shiva's eyes across the arena. No words were needed. The sea god, who had never cooperated with anyone in his existence, who viewed even other Olympians with cold disdain, nodded once. Together, Apollo said, his voice strained. The sun god's face was streaked with golden blood, his thigh still bleeding where his own arrow protruded. All of us, no holding back, no second chances. Agreed, Ares growled through his split face. The god of war looked monstrous now, bone visible through the gash in his cheek, but his eyes burned with desperate fury. We end this, now. Thor spat blood from his ruined face, his remaining eye blazing with lightning. For Asgard, he rumbled, raising Mjolnir. The hammer crackled with barely contained power. As one, the 13 gods spread out in a wide circle around Edward. The movement was coordinated through desperation rather than planning, predators instinctively surrounding their prey, except in this nightmare scenario, they were the ones being hunted. Divine energy began to build up. The air grew thick, hard to breathe. Reality itself groaned under the accumulated weight of 13 gods, channeling everything they had into their ultimate techniques. In the human section, people felt it immediately. The pressure made it hard to draw breath. Several children began crying, though they didn't understand why. Adults clutched their seats, their chests, anything solid, as primal fear swept through them. What's happening? Someone gasped. The air feels wrong. They're doing something big. An old woman grabbed her husband's hand. This is it. This is where we find out if we live or die. Her husband smiled. It would be a good death even if we lost. We made the gods fear us humans, showed them that they can't toy with us. That's more than enough. The barrier containing the battlefield began to crack. Hairline fractures appeared in the divine construct, spreading like a spider's web. Gods in the audience, minor deities, lesser beings, rushed forward, pressing their hands against the barrier and pouring their own power into it. Hold it, someone shouted. If it breaks, the shockwave will kill thousands. I'm trying, the pressure is too much. Just hold it, whatever happens, we can't let it fail. In the divine sections, the atmosphere had shifted from fear to desperate hope. If this didn't work, if 13 simultaneous ultimate techniques couldn't stop him, then nothing would. This has to work, a goddess whispered, her hands clasped in prayer. Please, please let this work. 13 ultimate techniques, another murmured. Nothing survives that, nothing can. But in the Valkyrie box, Brunhilde sat with that twisted smile, utterly unconcerned. Her sisters looked at her with varying expressions of disbelief and terror. Sister, Gallo's voice cracked. They're using everything, all of them, he's going to. Watch, Brunhilde interrupted, not even glancing at her youngest sister. Her eyes were fixed on the arena, glittering with anticipation. Just watch and learn what real power looks like. Siegfried, sitting beside her, remembered Tartarus, remembered Edward casually breaking chains that had held him for millennia, remembered the ease with which the Godslayer had torn through seals that Odin himself had placed. She's right, he said quietly. This isn't going to end how the gods think. On the arena floor, Edward stood in the center of the circle, watching the gods prepare. He could feel their power building, could sense reality bending under the weight of divine authority being gathered. His wounds still bled, shoulder, back, chest, dozens of cuts and burns, but his crimson eyes were clear and focused. And he was smiling. That same cold, savage smile, the smile of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this. Finally, his voice boomed across the arena. Show me what GODS can really do. Then, as one, the gods unleashed everything. Tiandievier anarititie. Shiva's 4 arms blurred into motion, moving in patterns that violated geometry itself. His body began the cosmic dance, the Tandava, the dance of creation and destruction that existed before time had meaning. Each movement rewrote a fundamental law of physics. Each step created matter from nothing and annihilated it in the same instant. His third eye blazed open fully, cosmic fire pouring from it in waves that distorted space itself. The Hindu god's body multiplied, not clones, but the same being existing in multiple states simultaneously. One Shiva struck from the north, another from the south, a third from above, all of them the real Shiva, all of them performing the dance that had ended and restarted universes in the myths of his pantheon. Reality around Edward began to unravel, the cosmic dance literally rewriting the rules that governed existence. Tie-finger revelation. Thor poured every drop of his divine lightning into Mjolnir. The hammer blazed so bright it hurt to look at, storm clouds materializing from nothing overhead. Lightning arced between the clouds, each bolt thick as a tree trunk, crackling with power that made the air taste of ozone and copper. The thunder god raised his weapon high, and the clouds answered. A pillar of lightning descended, not a single bolt but thousands, merged into one apocalyptic column that could split continents. This was the technique that had ended Jawmungandr, the world serpent that had wrapped around Midgard, pure annihilation made of thunder and divine wrath. The lightning struck down toward Edward like judgment from on high. Photon ray. Apollo's perfect body became incandescent. Every cell, every molecule of his divine form transformed into pure light. He was no longer solid, just condensed solar energy given consciousness and purpose. The sun god rose into the air, his form becoming a miniature star, temperature rising until the stone beneath him began to melt. Then he focused everything into a single point. A beam of concentrated starfire, moving at light speed, hot enough to burn holes through planets. The attack that had killed Python, the serpent that had terrorized ancient Greece, amplified 1,000-fold by every drop of his remaining divine power. The beam lanced toward Edward, leaving a trail of ionized air and melted stone. Divine tempest. Perun's massive frame swelled, growing to twice his normal size as he channeled the aspect of the storm itself. His axe blazed with electricity, and he struck it against the ground. The impact sent shockwaves through the arena, and the sky answered his call. Every storm in existence converged on this point. Lightning from 1,000 different places, from mountains, from oceans, from the poles, all arcing toward the arena. Wind that could tear ancient forests from the ground by their roots. Hail the size of boulders, each one moving with ballistic force. Rain that fell like bullets. The storm that had once leveled an entire kingdom of demons focused into a space no larger than a building. The tempest descended like nature's fury given form. Cosmic authority. Anu raised his broken staff, and despite being split in two, the ancient artifact blazed with stellar light. The eldest god channeled the first laws, the ones written before other pantheons existed, before concepts like up and down had meaning. Reality bent to his will. Gravity around Edward increased exponentially, 10 times normal, then 100, then 1,000. Space compressed, folding in on itself. Time stuttered, moments repeating and skipping. The fundamental forces of physics became weapons, twisted by a being who'd helped define what those forces meant. The air itself became crushing weight, trying to compress Edward into a point smaller than an atom. Desert of endless death. Set struck his scepter into the ground with such force that the arena floor cracked for 100 feet in every direction. Sand exploded upward, not normal sand, but chaos given physical form. Each grain glowed with sickly yellow light, radiating entropy and decay. Metal aged to rust in seconds where the sand touched it. Stone crumbled to dust. Flesh withered and died. Time itself became meaningless, past and future colliding in the present. This was the desert that had consumed 3 pharaohs' armies, where civilizations went to die and be forgotten. The wasteland that ended empires. The sandstorm converged on Edward like a hungry living thing. Lotus Prince 8 arms. Neja's young form blazed with divine fire. His body multiplied, not through illusion, but through manifesting his full divine aspect. 8 arms materialized, each one wielding a different divine weapon gifted by the celestial court. The fire-tipped spear thrust from the east. The universe ring spun from the west. The demon-subduing pestle struck from above. The gold brick from below. The wind-fire wheels from the north and south. the Hunshin Ling ribbon wrapped from multiple angles, the 9 dragons covering fire shield projected flames that could burn demons. 8 simultaneous attacks from 8 directions, each one carrying enough power to shatter divine armor, each one moving at speeds that blurred even to divine perception. Void consumption. Chernobog's shadow form expanded explosively, growing until it covered half the arena in primordial darkness. But this wasn't mere absence of light, it was the void that existed before creation. The nothing that came before something. Darkness that didn't block light, but erased the concept of light ever existing. Plants withered and died where the shadow touched. Stone didn't crumble, it simply ceased, reality deciding it had never been there. The shadow reached for Edward with tendrils of unbeing, each one capable of erasing matter, energy, and the memory of their existence. This was entropy's final form, death beyond death. Evil Eye. Balor's massive hands moved to the metal plate covering his face. The Celtic demon god's fingers trembled, even he feared what he was about to unleash. The eye that killed everything it gazed upon. The eye that ended gods with a glance. The eye so terrible that Balor kept it sealed for millennia because its power was beyond control. The plate lifted, just a crack, just enough. The eye beneath blazed with sickly green light. Everything in its direct gaze began to die, not violently, but instantly. Existence simply stopped. No pain, no struggle, just the cessation of being. Death itself made visible and weaponized. Amphitrite, 40 days flood. Poseidon raised his trident, and his body became translucent, made of water itself. The sea god's weapon blazed with the power of every ocean, every sea, every drop of water that existed. He thrust it forward, and reality screamed. The trident multiplied. 1 became 3, 3 became 9, 9 became 27. Each one as solid and real as the original, each one carrying the weight of drowned civilizations. Water materialized from nothing, not drops but torrents, oceans worth appearing with no regard for physical laws. This was the flood that had ended Atlantis. The technique that had drowned an entire continent for 40 days and nights. Divine water that crushed with pressure deeper than any trench, cold enough to freeze stars, moving with the inevitability of tides. 27 tridents thrust toward Edward, while a biblical flood crashed down from above. War goddess decimation. Ares's body became pure violence. His form blurred, red mist pouring from his armor like steam, and his blade, the sword that howled with the voices of the dead, blazed with crimson light. He channeled every battle ever fought into this single technique. Every soldier who'd ever died, every war that had ever been waged, every drop of blood spilled in conflict, all of it compressed into one strike. His sword didn't move through space, it existed at multiple points simultaneously, striking from every angle where violence had ever occurred. This was war incarnate, condensed into devastating purpose. Moon eclipse arrow. Loki's shifting form stabilized for just a moment, and in his hands appeared a bow made of frozen darkness. The trickster pulled back an arrow that glowed with dark light, a paradox made real, trickery given solid form. The arrowhead forged from Fafnir's teeth that could kill gods. The arrow didn't follow normal trajectories. It would hit its target regardless of dodging, phase through any defense, strike from impossible angles, ignore causality if necessary. The arrow that made inevitable meaningless. 12 labors strike. Heracles, despite his wounded arms that bled golden ichor, channeled every impossible feat he'd ever accomplished into his club. The Nemean lion's invulnerability, the Hydra's regeneration, the Erymanthian boar's unstoppable charge, the Stymphalian bird's penetrating strikes, the Augean stable's overwhelming force, the Cretan bull's divine strength. All 12 labors, all 12 impossible victories, concentrated into pure, overwhelming power. His club grew massive, expanding until it blocked out the sun, and when it fell it carried the weight of divinity earned through mortal effort. 13 ultimate techniques. 13 gods unleashing everything they had, holding nothing back, burning their divine essence for this one moment. The attacks converged simultaneously. Boom! The explosion defied description. Light and darkness collided and created a chaotic mess of reality breaking down. The arena floor didn't crack or shatter, it vaporized, exposing bedrock that immediately began to melt under the assault. The temperature spiked to levels that would liquefy steel, then dropped to absolute zero, then spiked again. The noise was deafening. Every human in the audience clutched their ears, and many still felt eardrums burst. Blood trickled from noses and ears. Children screamed without being able to hear their own voices. Several people simply passed out from sensory overload. The barrier cracked. Dozens of fractures spread across the divine construct like lightning, and the gods reinforcing it screamed as feedback tore through them. 3 minor deities collapsed, their power completely drained. Others poured everything they had into holding the barrier together. "It's breaking," someone shrieked. "The barrier's breaking." "Hold it, if it fails we're all dead." More gods rushed forward, adding their strength. The barrier held barely, but sections of it became transparent from the strain, showing how close to catastrophic failure it was. Some gods in the audience were knocked backward by the shockwave that leaked through. Several rows of divine seating cracked. A minor goddess fell from her seat, unconscious before she hit the ground. The human section was in chaos. People couldn't see, couldn't hear, could barely think through the overwhelming sensory assault. Some tried to flee and found themselves unable to move, paralyzed by the divine power washing over them. Others simply curled into balls, covering their heads, praying to gods who weren't listening. A man held his daughter, both of them crying. "Don't look," he whispered, though she couldn't hear him. "Don't look, baby." But she looked anyway. Everyone looked. Because if their champion was dying for them, the least they could do was witness it. Then, as if being influenced by something, all the humans in the audience stood up. They stopped crying or praying. Despite their differences, races, ages, genders, all of them stood as one in that moment. And they were full of hope, not despair. Then their voices echoed through the vast arena. "Go Kratos, we believe in you. You can't lose, all of us are behind you. We are proud of you, Kratos. We entrust our lives to you." Dust and divine energy obscured everything. A massive cloud of destruction that hid the arena floor completely, glowing with sickly colors that shouldn't exist. No one could see through it. Divine senses couldn't penetrate it. Even the gods who'd launched the attacks couldn't confirm if their techniques had connected. For 10 eternal seconds, there was only the ringing of shattered eardrums and the taste of blood and ozone in the air. Then the wind began to clear the dust slowly, like reality itself was reluctant to reveal what had happened. The human section held its collective breath. Thousands of people silent and still, hope and terror warring in every heart. The divine sections leaned forward, gods standing, trying to see past the clearing smoke, some praying that it had worked, others already knowing somehow that it hadn't. The dust cleared, and Edward stood, not in the center of destruction where the attacks had converged, but in a perfect circle of untouched ground, as if reality itself had carved out a space where violence couldn't reach. His divine weapons surrounded him in a defensive formation. Each one blazed with God-killing power, each one positioned perfectly to counter the technique it had intercepted. The blade of Olympus had caught Shiva's cosmic dance. Divine metal had clashed with reality manipulation itself, and where they met, space was still rippling, trying to figure out which version of physics to follow. The Nemean cestus gauntlets held Thor's Mjolnir, actually held back the legendary hammer that always returned, kept it trapped in gauntlets that couldn't be pierced or broken. Lightning still crackled around it, but the hammer couldn't escape the grip. The claws of Hades, dripping with death essence, had absorbed Apollo's photon ray. Light had met death, and death had won, devouring the solar energy like a hungry void. The chains of Atlas, the chains that had once held the world, were wrapped around Perun's storm. The tempest was bound, lightning trapped in links of indestructible metal, wind caught and held motionless. Edward's own divine authority had countered Anu's gravity manipulation. 2 wills, one to crush, one to resist, locked in stalemate, and the god-killers had proven stronger. The boots of Hermes had granted impossible speed, letting Edward dodge through Set's entropy sand by moving between the grains themselves, too fast for chaos to catch. multiple weapons had deflected Neja's eightfold assault. Each divine weapon met and turned aside, the Lotus Prince's perfect coordination broken by even more perfect defense. Olympian fire had burned through Chernobog's void. Heat and fury against primordial nothing, and somehow fury had proven more fundamental. And Edward's raw will, nothing but absolute refusal to die, had forced Balor's evil eye closed before its full power could manifest, the Godslayer's authority simply rejecting the concept of inevitable death. Poseidon's tridents had been caught by chains and redirected into each other, divine water weapons colliding and neutralizing. Ares's warblade had been parried by the blade of Olympus, violence meeting god-killing steel. Loki's impossible arrow had been snatched from the air by the claws of Hades, death claiming trickery before it could strike. Heracles' sword had been stopped by the Nemean cestus, 12 labors meeting the hide that no labor could pierce. 13 ultimate techniques. All defeated in the face, one mortal. But Edward was far from uninjured. His left side was charred black, flesh burned away in places to expose muscle and bone beneath. Some of Apollo's photon ray had gotten through, and the burns went deep, 3rd degree at minimum, the kind of injury that would kill a mortal through shock alone. His right leg was mangled grotesquely. Set's chaos sand had caught it for just seconds, but that had been enough. The limb was twisted at an unnatural angle, skin aged to leather, muscle atrophied, bone brittle and cracked. It looked like the leg of a mummy, not a living being. Blood poured from his ears in steady streams where Anu's gravity crush had caused catastrophic internal damage. Burst vessels in his brain, ruptured eardrums, compressed organs. The kind of internal hemorrhaging that killed silently and certainly. Cuts covered his entire body from Neja's assault. 8 weapons, and at least 3 had found flesh despite the defenses. Deep gashes that showed bone, that leaked both red mortal blood and golden ichor from his partially divine nature. His chest bore a deep puncture where one of Poseidon's 27 tridents had pierced clean through. The hole went all the way through his torso, you could see light through it. Blood poured from both sides, crimson and gold mixing. He looked like he should be dead, like a corpse that simply hadn't realized it yet. His armor was in tatters, hanging from his frame in burned and torn strips. His skin was more wound than flesh. But his eyes, still burning crimson with Spartan rage, were clear. And then, as every being in the arena watched in stunned silence, his wounds began to heal. Flesh knitted back together, new tissue growing to fill gaps. The charred left side began to pink with fresh skin. Burns faded from black to red to pink to healthy flesh. The mangled leg straightened with audible cracks as bones reset themselves, muscle regenerating, skin smoothing. The hole in his chest closed from both sides, meeting in the middle until only a scar remained. Blood flow slowed, then stopped. The gashes from Neja's weapons sealed themselves. Within 30 seconds, Edward stood whole again. Scarred, yes, exhausted, certainly, but alive and functional. What? Apollo's voice was barely a whisper, his divine senses screaming impossibilities at him. He's absorbing divine energy, from the arena, from our attacks themselves. He's taking our power, Poseidon finished, his voice hollow with dawning horror. Using what we threw at him to heal, we didn't hurt him, we fed him. It was true. The remnants of Olympus' skill was working exactly as designed. Fragments of divine essence that recharged through conflict. Every attack the gods had thrown, every technique they'd used, every drop of divine power they'd expended, Edward had claimed a portion of it, absorbed it, made it his own. They hadn't been fighting to kill him, they'd been feeding him. Edward straightened fully, rolled his shoulders, testing his renewed body. The blades of chaos still burned in his hands, flames never dimming despite everything. The divine weapons around him pulsed with power, ready for more. Neat. He looked at the 13 gods, at their exhausted, panting forms, at faces pale with spent power, at hands trembling from depleted strength, at the naked fear in eyes that had never known terror before. Then he spoke, and his voice was pure Kratos now, Edward's gentler nature buried completely under battle fury and savage joy. That was everything you had. It wasn't a question, just a casual statement, absolute and undeniable. He took one step forward. The gods flinched like whipped dogs. Your ultimate techniques, your final trump cards, your absolute power. Another step, his boots cracked the melted stone beneath him. And I'm still standing. The words hit them like physical blows. Several gods actually staggered backward, as if Edward's voice itself carried force. His voice dropped to something quieter, but infinitely more menacing. So let me show you what happens when a godslayer stops playing. Then he raised his arms and roared. A sound that shook the arena, that cracked what remained of the floor, that made reality itself tremble. Let me show you what real divine wrath looks like. Capitulo 129, The Slaughter of Gods 3. The human section exploded. Screaming and crying and laughing all mixed together in a cacophony of overwhelming emotion. People who'd been holding their breath for those 10 eternal seconds suddenly couldn't contain what they felt. He's alive. He survived everything. They used everything and he's still standing. We're going to live. OHGODS, we're actually going to live. An old man collapsed in his seat, hands over his face, sobbing like a child. His wife held him, both of them shaking with emotion too big for words. A mother lifted her daughter onto her shoulders so the child could see. Remember this, she said, tears streaming down her face. No matter what happens in your life, remember that you saw this. One man against 13 gods and defeating them. Remember that humanity doesn't kneel. Strangers grabbed each other, embracing, crying together. People who'd never met were suddenly family, bonded by witnessing the impossible. In the divine sections, the atmosphere had inverted completely. Silence, total, crushing silence. Then they broke into afraid murmurs. He survived. 13 ultimate techniques, simultaneously, and he survived. That's not possible. That can't be possible. There are limits. There have to be limits. There are no limits, someone screamed, hysteria cracking through divine composure. Don't you understand? Whatever he is, whatever rules he follows, they're not ours. A Greek goddess stood, pointing at the arena with a shaking hand. We need to stop this. We need to intervene. This violates every. Violates what? Another god roared back. The barrier prevents interference, and even if it didn't, you want to go down there. You want to face that thing. Silence, no one volunteered. In Zeus's private box, the king of Olympus stood frozen. His hands gripped the railing so hard the divine metal was bending, warping under his fingers. His face was pale, blood draining from divine features. He was remembering Tartarus, remembering Edward's blade cutting through his defenses like they were air, remembering the humiliation of being beaten, of bleeding, of running. And that had been before Edward activated his noble phantasm, before the full extent of his power. It was a far cry from what he shown to his avatar. Now that same being was down there, powered beyond what Zeus had faced, systematically dismantling 13 gods. Hera was cheering from her spot. Her expression was a mix of vindication, pride, and fierce love. She looked over at the gods who were stunned now watching this spectacle. Good, let them all see what her husband was. Zeus glanced at her and clenched his teeth. Very well. Let's take that traitorous whore as hostage and kill him. He won't be able to do anything if she was in his hands. And once he killed him, he can just reset the world from start with more obedient servants. In the Valkyrie box, Brunhilde laughed, the sound cutting through the shocked silence. Sister, Gallo stared at her. How can you laugh? This is perfect, Brunhilde finished. This is perfect. Do you understand what we're witnessing? Gods learning they can die, actually permanently die. This changes everything. The 13 human warriors sat in various states of shock and awe. La Bou's impassive face had cracked, showing genuine amazement. I called myself unmatched under heaven. I was a fool. Leonidas was weeping openly, unashamed. A true Spartan, fighting impossible odds with perfect form, I'm honored to share his heritage. Adam just nodded slowly, understanding something the others didn't. He's showing them what humanity really is, not weak, not inferior, just pushed far enough that we stop caring about the consequences. On the arena floor, Edward began walking. Not running, not charging, just walking with steady, measured steps toward Heracles. The mighty hero was closest, still reeling from using his ultimate technique, his arms bleeding from earlier wounds. Heracles saw him coming, tried to raise his sword, but his arms trembled, weakened from the earlier cuts and from channeling his 12 labors. The weapon felt impossibly heavy. "Stay back," the hero's voice cracked with something that might have been fear. "I am Heracles, I completed the 12 labors, I was a hero." Edward's blades flashed. Both strikes simultaneously. Perfect coordination. The weapons took Heracles' arms off at the shoulders, not the elbows this time, but complete severance at the joint. The arms fell to the ground, still gripping the sword. Golden ichor sprayed in arterial spurts, painting the ground, the air, Edward's already blood-stained form. Heracles screamed. The sound was primal. Raw, the scream of someone experiencing true helplessness for the first time in their existence. He fell to his knees, staring at the stumps where his arms had been, watching golden blood pour out in pulsing streams. "No," he whispered. "No, this isn't. I can't." Edward grabbed his head. Heracles' eyes snapped up, meeting Edward's crimson gaze. He saw no mercy there. No hesitation, no doubt, just cold, absolute certainty. "Please," Heracles begged, and that single word from the mightiest hero broke something in everyone watching. "I was a hero once. I protected humanity. I saved people. Yet you stood by when they voted to erase them." Edward's hand squeezed. Heracles' skull began to crack. Fissures appeared in divine bone that had withstood blows from titans, from monsters, from gods. The hero screamed again, a sound of pure agony, thrashing but unable to escape without arms, unable to fight back. The pressure increased. Heracles' eyes bulged, bloodshot, veins standing out on his temples. His mouth opened in a soundless scream as his skull compressed. Then it shattered. The sound was like a boulder breaking. Bone fragments and brain matter exploded between Edward's fingers, spraying outward in a grotesque mix of gold and gray. Heracles' body convulsed once. A final, violent death spasm, then went completely still. Edward released the corpse. It fell forward, face first into the ground, armless and headless, a lake of golden blood spreading beneath it. For 3 heartbeats, absolute silence reigned. Then the human section erupted with sound that transcended mere noise. Triumph and horror and disbelief all mixed into something raw and primal. "He killed one. A god just died. Not wounded, dead, actually dead. Is that possible? Can gods really die?" In the divine sections, a different sound, total crushing silence. Then someone spoke, voice shaking. "Heracles is gone. His divine essence isn't reforming. He's not returning to Olympus. He's just gone." "That's impossible," someone shrieked. "Gods don't die permanently. We always come back. Always, it's fundamental to what we are." "Look at him," another god screamed, pointing at the corpse. "He's not coming back. His body is dissolving into nothing. Not light returning to his divine realm, just nothing." And it was true. Heracles' corpse was breaking apart, turning into golden light that faded and died rather than ascending. The hero god wasn't going to Olympus, wasn't being resurrected. He was being erased from existence. Permanently. A truth the gods had forgotten or refused to acknowledge was being demonstrated in the most brutal way imaginable. They could die, truly, completely die, if the right being killed them the right way. And Edward was exactly that being. On the arena floor, Loki made his move. The trickster had been circling since the dust cleared, shifting forms rapidly, shadow to smoke to barely visible shimmer. While Edward was focused on Heracles' corpse, while the other gods were frozen in shock, he saw his opening. His form solidified behind Edward, daggers already thrusting toward exposed kidneys. The perfect backstab, refined over millennia of treachery. Silent, lethal, the kind of kill that Loki had perfected. Edward sensed him 1 heartbeat too late. The blades drove forward, aimed to pierce vital organs. Edward twisted. The daggers carved deep gashes across his back instead of penetrating through, blood spraying. Edward didn't even stumble. Instead, he spun with both blades of chaos extended in perfect synchronization, moving on pure instinct and muscle memory. The weapons crossed in a perfect X, crimson flames trailing behind them. Loki's eyes widened. He tried to shift, to transform into smoke or shadow or anything that could escape. His body began changing, but he was far too slow. The blades bisected him, one diagonal slash from right shoulder to left hip, the other from left shoulder to right hip. The cuts met exactly in the center of his chest, 4 pieces carved with surgical precision. For one moment, Loki held together, surface tension and disbelief keeping him whole. His mouth opened, always had to have the last word, the final trick. "You, monster." Then he fell apart. 4 pieces hitting the ground separately. Upper torso, lower torso, arms falling away. Each piece spraying golden ichor from the cuts, painting the arena floor. Loki's face, still conscious for a split second, showed absolute disbelief. The trickster who'd escaped every prison, who deceived every pantheon, who'd orchestrated Ragnarok itself, killed in an instant by simple, brutal efficiency. Then the light faded from his eyes, and his body began dissolving. The Norse section erupted. "Loki. The trickster is dead." "How? He's escaped death 1,000 times." "He tried to be clever," someone shouted. "Tried to backstab. You can't trick someone who doesn't care about honor." But notably absent was grief. The Norse gods had never truly trusted Loki, never loved him. His death was shock, not loss. Thor, blind and broken on the ground, heard the commotion but didn't react. Loki had been useful, an ally of convenience, but never a brother in any way that mattered. Edward stood between 2 dissolving corpses. Heracles fading to nothing, Loki scattered in 4 pieces. His back started to heal slowly, but he didn't even glance at the wounds. His crimson eyes were already fixed on the next target. Anu was still on the ground where he'd fallen earlier, the massive wound across his chest leaking stellar light instead of blood. The eldest god, the lawgiver who'd existed since before most pantheons had names, struggled to rise on trembling legs. His broken staff lay beside him, both pieces still glowing faintly with cosmic authority. Edward appeared in front of him suddenly, so fast the movement was invisible. Anu looked up, his ancient eyes meeting Edward's gaze. The Sumerian sky god's face was set, accepting. He'd lived since before time had proper meaning, he knew when his end had come. "The cosmic order will persist without me," Anu said quietly, with dignity. "Do what you must, Godslayer, I'll not beg for mercy." Edward's blade took his head off in one clean stroke. The ancient head rolled away, stellar light leaking from the severed neck like liquid stars. Anu's body stood for a moment before collapsing forward. The crown of stars fell from the severed head, hitting the arena floor and cracking. Each star within winking out until only dead metal remained. 3 gods dead in under 90 seconds. The Sumerian section sat in stunned silence. Their king, their eldest god, gone. Several gods stood in respect for their fallen leader, even as fear gripped their hearts. Edward moved toward Ares next. The god of war saw him coming and charged to meet him, not from bravery but from understanding. Ares knew running would be pointless, knew begging would be disgraceful. Better to die fighting, even if the outcome was certain. "Come on then," Ares roared, raising his sword. "I'm the god of war, I'll fight until..." Edward appeared behind him mid-sentence, moving faster than Ares could track. His hand shot forward, punching through Ares's back. He pierced through the blood-red armor and divine flesh. His fingers closed in around Ares's spine. Ares's body went rigid. His sword clattered from nerveless fingers. He looked down at the hand protruding from his chest, golden ichor pouring around it. Edward's voice was cold. "You have a spine, how interesting." Then he ripped it out. The sound was wet and terrible, vertebrae separating with sharp cracks, nerves tearing, flesh-rending. Ares's spinal column came free in one piece, golden ichor dripping from each segment. Ares's body convulsed. His mouth opened but no sound emerged. Without his spine, the signals couldn't reach his vocal cords. Golden light leaked from his eyes before he collapsed face first, dead. Edward tossed the spine aside. It clattered across the bloody stone. 4 gods dead. The Greek section was in chaos. Gods standing, some calling out in anger, others in shock, but there was no hysteria. These were gods, they'd seen war, seen death, but never like this, never permanent. The remaining 9 gods regrouped, forming a tighter defensive formation. Apollo's face was pale but set with determination. Poseidon's cold eyes showed calculation mixed with wariness. They were afraid, yes, but they were gods, and they would die as gods, not as cowards. "He's picking us off one by one," Poseidon said quietly. "We need to work together." Thor suddenly roared from where he lay, blind and broken. "Enough talking!" The thunder god forced himself to his feet, blood streaming from his ruined face. "If we die fighting." He raised his hand, calling for Mjolnir. The hammer didn't come. Edward still held it. Thor charged anyway, mostly blind, using sound and divine sense to track Edward's position. No technique, no strategy, just a warrior refusing to die on his knees. Edward caught him by the throat mid-charge. Thor swung wildly, his fist connecting with Edward's jaw, a solid hit that would have shattered a mountain. Edward's head just moved a little to the side. Then snapped back, his grip tightened. "You've got heart, thunder god," Edward said. "I'll give you that." His other blade came up in a vicious arc, taking Thor's head off at the neck. The mighty thunder god's body stood for a moment, still holding the fighting stance, before collapsing. His head rolled away, blood still dripping from his ruined eyes. 5 gods dead. The Norse section sat in disbelief. Then chaos broke. Loki was one thing, but even Thor. That's Thor. He killed 66 Jotuns without breaking a sweat. Now killed so, simply. Odin crushed his armrest. He expected this, but still didn't wish to believe. It seems he would have to activate his contingency plan. At least Thor had died as a warrior should, fighting to the last breath. There was honor in that, even in defeat. "We can't win," Set said flatly, his animal face impassive. "But we're gods, we don't run." "Agreed," Neja said, hefting his weapons. The young god's hands were steady despite the fear in his eyes. "We fight." "Then let's make it count," Perun rumbled, lightning crackling around his axe. The remaining 8 gods spread out, forming a coordinated attack pattern. No more speeches, no more bravado, just grim acceptance and the determination to die with whatever dignity they could maintain. Edward stood among 5 dissolving corpses, his body covered in blood, both divine and mortal. His weapons still blazed with flame that never dimmed. And his crimson eyes burning with Spartan rage, tracked each of the remaining gods with cold precision. He rolled his shoulders, testing his renewed body. The wounds from their ultimate techniques had healed, fed by the divine energy he'd absorbed. He was ready for more. "Who's next?" His voice boomed across the arena, carrying to every corner. The 8 gods looked at each other one final time. Then, as one, they charged. Capitulo 130, Hope is Eternal 2 in 1. The remaining 8 gods charged as one. There was no coordination born of practice, no strategy refined through teamwork. Just desperate, primal understanding that if they didn't kill Edward together, they would die one by one like the 5 corpses dissolving around them. Shiva's 4 arms blurred into motion, cosmic fire blazing around each limb. His body flickered, existing in multiple positions at once as he approached from 3 different angles. Each version of him was equally real, equally deadly, reality-bending to accommodate the paradox of his existence. Poseidon's trident thrust forward, and the arena floor cracked as water erupted from nowhere. Massive waves materialized behind the sea god, towering walls of divine water that could drown continents. His face was set with cold determination, arrogance giving way to lethal focus. Apollo fired arrows of condensed sunlight, each one moving at speeds that left trails of fire in the air. 3, then 5, then a dozen. The sun god was pouring everything he had left into a barrage that could burn holes through mountains. His hands moved so fast they blurred, his quiver never emptying. Set swung his scepter, chaos energy crackling along its length. Sand exploded from the ground with each swing, each grain glowing with entropy. The Egyptian god's animal face was twisted with concentration, channeling the underworld's hunger for life itself. Perun brought lightning down from the sky. Not just a single bolt, but a continuous column of electrical fury that connected heaven to earth. The Slavic god's massive frame glowed with power, his axe blazing like a second sun as he swung it toward Edward's position. Neja's young form multiplied his divine aspect, 8 arms manifesting with 8 different weapons. The fire-tipped spear thrust from one direction, the universe ring spun from another, the Hunshin Ling ribbon wrapped from a third. Each weapon moved independently, creating a web of attacks that left no opening to escape. Chernobog's shadow form expanded, darkness spreading across half the arena floor. The primordial void reached out with tendrils of unbeing, each one capable of erasing whatever it touched, making it so the target had never existed. And Balor, the Celtic demon god, lifted his metal eye plate slowly. Just enough. The evil eye beneath glowed with sickly green light, death itself made visible. 8 gods, 8 simultaneous attacks from 8 different directions. No escape, no defense, just overwhelming force designed to bury Edward under sheer volume of divine power. Edward met them all without fear or hesitation. His blades became a whirlwind of crimson flames, moving so fast they created afterimages in the air. Right blade catching Shiva's first strike, redirecting it into the second, using the cosmic god's own force against him. Left blade's chain shot out to wrap around Poseidon's trident, yanking it off course so the thrust meant for his heart instead carved inches away from his ribs. Despite the violence, there was a certain grace to it. Edward twisted slightly, Apollo's arrows passing so close they burned his skin. One arrow caught his shoulder, but he kept moving despite that. The blade of Olympus manifested in his other hand, parrying Set's chaos staff. The impact sent shockwaves through the arena, stone cracking beneath their feet. Perun's lightning struck down. Edward's chains whipped up, wrapping around the electrical column and grounding it through the links. The chains of Atlas, designed to hold the world, easily bore the weight of a storm god's fury. Neja came at him low while Shiva pressed high. Edward kicked the young god back, his boot connecting with Neja's chest and sending him flying. Then he ducked under Shiva's cosmic fire strike, feeling the heat sear across his scalp. Chernobog's darkness reached for him, tendrils of void trying to wrap around his legs. The claws of Hades materialized on his hands, death energy meeting primordial nothing. They canceled each other, death and void, 2 concepts too fundamental to coexist peacefully. And when Balor's evil eye opened that crack, when that sickly green light began to sweep toward him, Edward's blade shot forward like a striking snake. The weapon plunged through the small gap between eye plate and face, stabbing directly into Balor's eye. Argh, Balor's roar was agonized primal. His massive hands flew to his face, trying to pull the blade out. You bastard! MYI, you stabbed MYI. Seems foolish to cover your greatest weapon when you need it the most, Edward remarked casually, twisting the blade before yanking it free. Black blood poured from Balor's ruined eye. The demon god staggered back, one hand clutching his face, the other reaching blindly. The evil eye, the weapon that had killed with a glance for millennia, was nearly destroyed. In the Celtic section of the divine audience, gods rose to their feet in shock. Balor's eye is damaged. How is that possible? The evil eye cannot be. He stabbed it through the plate while it was opening. An older Celtic goddess grabbed the railing. If the eye is destroyed, Balor cannot regenerate it. It's tied to his very essence. The remaining 7 gods pressed harder, desperation giving them focus they'd lacked before. They weren't trying to defeat him with dignity or honor, just trying to kill him, or failing that, to hurt him enough that he'd bleed out. Shiva's cosmic fire intensified, his 4 arms moving in patterns that made reality shudder. One hand caught Edward's blade, divine flesh hardening to match steel. Another thrust toward Edward's throat. A third toward his heart. The fourth channeling cosmic energy for a point-blank blast. Edward's forehead slammed into Shiva's face. The destroyer's nose shattered, cosmic fire flickering. Edward's other blade came around and punched through Shiva's chest, piercing the cosmic god's heart. Shiva looked down at the weapon, golden ichor leaking around the blade. Then he looked up at Edward, and despite the pain, despite the death spreading through his divine form, his expression was one of cold fury. You dance well, Godslayer, Shiva whispered, his voice carrying reluctance. Cherish your victory for now, you'll die soon. The light faded from his eyes. His body began to dissolve into cosmic particles, returning to the fundamental forces that had created him. The Hindu section erupted into chaos. Lord Shiva, the destroyer has fallen. This cannot be, he was the strongest of us. Parvati collapsed in her seat, hands covering her tear-stricken face. No, husband, you can't die. Ganesh and Kartikya, her two were enraged. I'll kill that bastard. We must avenge father. But Parvati stopped them. Don't go, he killed your father and he was stronger than any of us. What makes you think he'll spare you? What does this mean for the cosmic balance? Shiva maintained the cycle of destruction and creation. Brahma muttered softly. Indra, who sat among the Hindu gods, stood with his fists clenched. I should have volunteered instead. I should have been there. You would have died too, an elder god said quietly. We all see that now. Apollo screamed, a sound of pure grief and rage. The sun god abandoned his bow, drawing a golden sword from nothing and charging. His perfect face was twisted with emotion, tears of liquid gold streaming down his cheeks. "You heretic bastard," Apollo's voice cracked. "You've killed them all." Oh. Their blades met 3 times in rapid succession, divine metal ringing against god-forged steel. Apollo was fast, his technique perfect, each strike aimed at vital points with surgical precision. But Edward was faster, more experienced, and utterly merciless. On the 3rd exchange, Edward's second blade came around low, taking Apollo's legs out from under him. The sun god fell to his knees, and Edward's blade came down, separating Apollo's head from his body in one clean stroke. The head hit the ground and rolled, golden eyes still wide with shock. The body collapsed forward, light fading from golden skin. The Greek section descended into pandemonium. Apollo, no. Not the sun god, not him too. Artemis, Apollo's twin sister, screamed from her seat. Brother! She tried to vault over the railing to reach the arena, but other gods held her back. Let me go, I'll kill Him. You'll die, Athena said coldly, though her own face was pale. Just like he did, just like they all are. A minor Greek deity turned to Zeus's box. My lord, your son, Apollo was your son, will you do nothing? Zeus didn't speak, but the aura of rage expanded around him, making the entire box shake and crack. He got up and started walking away. Odin, who saw this, also got up. The other gods looked in confusion, thinking they were about to intervene, but they didn't walk towards the arena. Set lunged with his chaos staff, animal face twisted with fury. For the gods, for Egypt, for. Edward caught the staff mid-swing. His hands closed around the ancient wood, and with a sharp twist, he snapped it in half. The chaos energy dissipated with a sound like breaking glass. You talk too much. Set stared at his broken weapon in disbelief. No, that staff has existed since. Edward drove the broken end through Set's throat. The Egyptian god's eyes bulged. He clawed at the wood embedded in his windpipe, trying to pull it free, trying to speak. Only gurgling sounds emerged, golden ichor bubbling around the improvised stake. He gurgled out, I'm the god. Then before he could blink, Edward swung his sword, slashing through him. Splurt. Set's upper body slowly separated from his lower body, which still stood there, twitching. Set's body convulsed as both parts landed on the ground. Then he began to dissolve. Not into light but into sand, his chaos nature returning him to the desert that had birthed him. Within seconds, only sand remained, blowing away in the arena's wind. Now you are dust in the wind, Edward shrugged off the sand. The Egyptian section was quieter, more controlled, but tension ran through every god present. Even Set has fallen, Anubis observed, his jackal face impassive but his voice tight. The god of chaos ended, another whispered, if chaos itself can be killed. Ra, the sun god, leaned forward in his seat. Set was always unstable, but he was powerful. He killed him with Set's own weapon. Horus spoke quietly. I trained under that man once. I knew he was strong. But this, he gestured at the arena, this is beyond what I imagined. Neja came at Edward with desperate fury, all 8 divine weapons spinning in complex patterns. The young god's face was set with grim determination, fire wheels blazing at his feet, ribbons trailing like living serpents. I won't die like them, Neja shouted, his young voice cracking with strain. I'm the third Lotus Prince. I've defeated dragon kings. You'll fall like them. Edward's chains shot out, wrapping around multiple arms simultaneously. The divine weapons tangled in the links, their coordinated assault broken. Edward yanked, pulling Neja forward off balance. The young god's eyes widened as he realized his mistake. He tried to pull back to break free, but the chains held firm. Edward's blade punched through Neja's chest, piercing his heart. Neja gasped, looking down at the weapon protruding from his torso. His 8 arms went limp, weapons clattering to the ground. He looked up at Edward, and for a moment he looked not a god, not a legendary warrior, just a boy who'd been thrown into a battle he couldn't win. "I don't believe," Neja whispered. His eyes closed. His body began dissolving into lotus petals mixed with golden light, the young god returning to the celestial realm that had birthed him. Edward sighed softly. "There is no room for mercy in war, boy." The Chinese section erupted in grief. "The third prince." No, he was so young. He volunteered to protect humanity. This is how he's repaid. The Jade Emperor himself stood Yuo, his ancient face twisted with sorrow and rage. Neja was a protector of humanity. He fought for them countless times, and they send this butcher to kill him. "He fought well," another god said quietly. "He died as a warrior should. There is honor in that." "There is no honor in this slaughter," someone shouted back. Sun Wukong scoffed from the side. "You sent him to a battlefield to kill or be killed. I said before not to test that man. I know him better than any of you. He's even more rebellious than I am." Perun roared and brought his axe down with all his remaining strength. Lightning exploded from the weapon, a column of electrical fury that could have split continents. The massive Slavic god channeled everything he had into this final strike. Edward caught the axe. The Nemean cestus, gauntlets that could not be pierced or destroyed, closed around the axe blade. The lightning coursed through Edward's body, burning, searing, making his muscles spasm. But he held on. Perun's eyes widened. "Impossible. No one catches my strike like this." Edward's other blade came around, taking Perun's head off at the neck. The storm god's body stood for a moment, still gripping his axe, lightning dissipating from his form. Then it fell backward with a thunderous crash that cracked the arena floor. Thunder rumbled once, a final echo of the god's power, then faded to silence. Edward shook his head. What a fool. The Slavic section sat in grim silence. Several gods stood in respect, fists to chests. Perun died as he lived, an old goddess said, fighting with everything he had. "He was our strongest," another added, "if Perun could not win." "Then none of us can," someone finished. Chernabog tried to envelop Edward completely, his shadow form expanding to fill the space around the godslayer. The primordial darkness pressed in from all sides, trying to erase him, to make it so he'd never existed. But Edward's claws of Hades tore through the shadow form like it was cloth. The weapons designed to harm concepts, to kill abstracts, gripped in Chernabog's essence. Edward's hands plunged into the darkness, fingers closing around something that shouldn't be tangible. And pulled. Chernabog screamed, a sound of existential horror that made every being in the arena cover their ears. The primordial darkness was being torn apart, ripped from itself, unmade by weapons that could kill even concepts. "No, I am eternal, I am the void, I cannot." Edward kept pulling, kept tearing. Pieces of Chernabog came away in his hands, dissipating into less than nothing. The void that had existed before creation was being destroyed by mortal hands wielding divine weapons. Within seconds, nothing remained, not even darkness, just absence and then not even that. Edward shook his hand as disgust. It's filthy, and he's supposed to be a god. How absurd. The Slavic section was shaken to its core. Chernabog is gone, actually gone. The primordial darkness, unmade. How can you kill void itself? An ancient goddess spoke, her voice hollow. Those weapons he wielded. They were designed to harm concepts, to kill things that shouldn't be killable. Even the void is not safe. Balor, still clutching his ruined eye, roared with desperate fury. "If I'm dying, you're coming with me." The demon god ripped the metal plate completely off, revealing the evil eye in its full, terrible glory. Even damaged, even bleeding, it still held the power to kill with a glance. Balor opened the eye fully, not holding back, no restraint, and the death gaze swept toward Edward. Everything in its path died. Stone crumbled to dust, metal aged to rust, the very air seemed to decay. The attack that could end armies, that could kill gods, focused entirely on Edward. Edward stared back at boredom. His God-Slayer authority activated, divine power flowing through him. The noble phantasm that gave him the right to judge gods, to strip them of their privileges, to reject their absolute authorities. Two concepts clashed in the space between them. Death incarnate, the inevitable end, the unavoidable conclusion. Versus the absolute refusal to die, the will that had killed Olympus, that had survived cosmic beings, that simply rejected the idea of inevitability. For 3 heartbeats they were locked, death pressing forward while pushing back. Then Edward won. Balor was stunned. How I am death itself. Edward crossed the distance in a single step, moving faster than Balor's failing eye could track. His hand shot out, grabbed Balor's massive head, fingers digging into the demon god's skull. Your eye ends everything it sees, Edward said coldly, so stop seeing. He then whispered, and keep my wife's name out of your damn mouth, and squeezed. Balor's skull began to crack, fissures spreading across divine bone. The evil eye bulged, tried to retreat into the socket, but there was nowhere to go. Edward's fingers pressed harder, bones splintering under the pressure. The evil eye burst like an overripe fruit, green ichor spraying across Edward's hand. Balor's skull shattered completely, brain matter and divine essence exploding between Edward's fingers. The Celtic demon god's body convulsed once before collapsing, his terrible power finally extinguished. The Celtic section sat in shocked silence. The evil eye is destroyed. Balor the demon god has fallen. He used the eye at full power and still lost. An elder druid stood, his voice shaking. For 3,000 years, Balor's eye has been our greatest weapon and our greatest fear. Now it's gone, just gone. Silence fell across the arena. Only one remained. Poseidon stood alone, trident raised, surrounded by the dissolving corpses of his fellow gods. The sea god's face was composed, showing no fear despite the carnage. His cold eyes surveyed the battlefield, taking in the lakes of golden blood, the scattered weapons, the fading light of 12 extinguished divines. He looked at Edward, and something like acceptance flickered across his features. You've won, Poseidon said quietly, his voice carried clearly despite its softness. Humanity survives. His grip on his trident tightened. But I am Poseidon, I do not beg, I do not surrender, so come, let's finish this. Edward paused, his crimson eyes studying the sea god. Then he spoke, his voice soft but carrying through the silent arena with perfect clarity. You know, if the other gods should curse anyone for all this, it should be you. Poseidon's eyes narrowed. What? You are the reason they're dying today, Edward continued, his voice hardening. All of this started because you killed my friend Fam, your son. Poseidon's face twisted with contempt. Don't lie, he was just a Cyclops, a monster to humans. You killed us because you're greedy for our powers, like everyone else who seeks to become a god. Edward shook his head slowly. You wouldn't understand, but this. He raised his blades. This is for Polyphemus, the gentle Cyclops who became my first real friend. Who just wanted to see the world outside his island. Who you killed for the crime of being born different and disobeying your stupid order. His voice dropped to something colder, more final. I hope your death provides some comfort to his soul. Poseidon's face flushed with rage. A Cyclops? You're doing this for a Cyclops? They're monsters, abominations, you're insane. No, Edward replied calmly. Just someone who learned that the real monsters don't dwell in hell, they come from the heavens, and I'm the one who will send them to hell. In the Greek section, gods exchanged uncomfortable glances. He's fighting us all for a mere Cyclops. Polyphemus, I remember that one. Poseidon killed him long ago for some minor offense. A minor offense that led to all this, Athena said coldly. Brunhilde asked Hera with curiosity. He killed gods because of one Cyclops. Hera smiled sadly in the box. Don't say that in front of him. To my husband, Polyphemus was not a monster or abomination. He was just his friend. I remember him often going away to visit the ship that carried his body. Blessed by the sea and wind, to travel the world forever, fulfilling his last wish. Brunhilde sighed. He's a good man who values bonds. Hera nodded. His friends can be counted in one hand. He doesn't easily form friendships, but his friends are rather unique. She chuckled and didn't explain further. Poseidon roared and lunged, all composure shattering. His trident thrust forward with all his divine strength, the weapon moving fast enough to create sonic booms, water forming spears behind each prong. Edward's blade met the strike, deflected it upward. His second blade came around in a vicious arc. Poseidon's left arm separated from his body at the shoulder. The sea god's eyes widened in shock and pain. Golden ichor sprayed from the stump, and the severed arm, still gripping empty air, hit the ground with a wet thud. "My arm," Poseidon's voice cracked. "You cut my arm." He grabbed the trident with his remaining right hand, swinging it wildly. The weapon carved through the air, desperation replacing technique. Edward avoided the strike calmly, almost casually. Then his blade flashed again. Poseidon's right hand fell away, still gripping the trident. Both crashed to the arena floor. The sea god stared at his armless stumps, golden blood pouring from both. His face showed absolute disbelief. "This can't. I'm Poseidon. I'm." He fell to his knees, the strength leaving his legs. But even armless, even bleeding out, the god wasn't done. Desperation gave him strength. He lunged forward, mouth opening, trying to grab the trident's head with his teeth. Edward's hand shot out, catching Poseidon by the throat. The sea god gasped, the trident falling from his mouth and clattering away. "You wanted to erase humanity," Edward said quietly. "You voted for extinction. You sat in judgment and decided billions of lives weren't worth your time." He squeezed. Poseidon choked, unable to breathe, unable to speak. "This is what extinction feels like, you little fish." Then Edward's fist began to deliver his judgment. The first punch shattered Poseidon's perfect nose, golden blood spraying. The sea god's head snapped back. The second punch broke his cheekbone, the divine bone cracking audibly. The third caved in his eye socket, the perfect eye bursting under the pressure. Fourth punch, fifth, sixth, each impact breaking bones, pulverizing divine flesh that had never known such violence. Poseidon's face became unrecognizable, a mass of broken features and golden blood. The god's body twitched, trying to heal, but Edward's godslayer authority prevented it. The divine essence couldn't reform, could only break further with each strike. Finally, Edward's fist punched completely through. Poseidon's skull shattered, and Edward's hand emerged from the back of the god's head, brain matter and ichor dripping from his knuckles. Poseidon's body went limp. Edward released the corpse, and it collapsed to the ground, face completely destroyed, unrecognizable as the perfect god it had been moments before. The body began to dissolve, not into light but into sea foam and water, the ocean reclaiming what had been its lord. Within seconds, only a puddle remained, quickly evaporating. The Greek section was in absolute chaos now. "Poseidon. The Earthshaker is dead." All of them, Heracles, Ares, Apollo, Poseidon, all of Olympus's finest, dead. Amphitrite, Poseidon's wife, stood with tears streaming down her face. But her expression was complex, grief mixed with something that might have been relief. Athena's face was pale but controlled. "The Olympian pantheon has been decimated, 4 of our strongest gone in minutes." "What do we do?" a minor god asked desperately. "Zeus, you must act, your brothers, your sons." But Zeus remained seated, his face unreadable, his hands gripping the railing until the metal bent. Edward stood alone in the center of the arena, surrounded by dissolving corpses and lakes of golden blood. His body was regenerating from the wounds he suffered. But his eyes were clear as the Spartan rage faded. The crimson bled away, leaving his natural color. His breathing was heavy but steady. He looked up at the audience, at the divine sections sitting in absolute horrified silence, at the human sections that were too stunned to make sound. Then he deactivated his noble phantasm. The divine weapons around him faded, returning to wherever they resided when not manifested. Only the blades of chaos remained, and even their flames dimmed. Edward put them on his back. For 3 heartbeats, the entire arena was silent. Then the humans found their voices. The sound that erupted was beyond description. Not just cheering, something more jubilant. The sound of a species that had accepted extinction, suddenly realizing they would live. Relief and joy and disbelief and overwhelming emotion all mixed into raw noise. Kratos, he did it. He actually won. Kratos killed all 13 gods. We're SAVED. We're actually SAVED. People collapsed in their seats, sobbing. Others jumped and screamed and grabbed strangers to embrace them. Parents held children, all of them crying. Old people who'd lived full lives wept at seeing their species survive. Young people who'd thought they had no future suddenly did. All 13, he killed all 13 gods. Gods can die, they can actually die. We're going to live, our children are going to live. Heimdall stood at his position, his usually confident demeanor shattered. The Norse god's hands trembled as he raised the Gjallar horn to his lips. His voice, when it came, shook with disbelief. Unbelievable, the Ragnarok is over. The battle to decide humanity's future has ended with victory. He paused, having to force the words out. Victory for humanity's champion, Kratos. He has slain all 13 gods by himself, and he is still standing. The ghost of Sparta has created a miracle. The human section erupted again, the noise somehow getting even louder. People who'd been holding themselves together broke completely, crying and laughing simultaneously. Edward looked at the celebrating humans and raised his arm, not in triumph, just acknowledgement. A gesture that said, "You're safe now, you can live freely." The humans roared their approval, the sound shaking the arena. They raised their hands in sync. It was a beautiful moment. Humanity celebrating as one, forgetting their disputes, united in survival, in defiance of divine judgment. For the first time in their existence, they'd stood up to gods and won. Then everything went wrong. An explosion tore through the private boxes above the audience. Not on the arena floor, the viewing areas where the gods and special guests sat. Stone and divine metal exploded outward, and through the debris came the flash of combat. Edward's head snapped up, divine senses screaming warnings. He tried to move toward the explosion, tried to leap the distance. But the barrier stopped him cold. He slammed into it with enough force to crack his ribs, but the divine construct held firm. His fists pounded against it, and the barrier rippled but didn't break. The barrier absorbed his strikes, reinforced by the combined power of thousands of gods in the audience. But it held. He was trapped inside the arena, and Hera was outside it. Edward growled, "So it has come to this." He closed his eyes as his Kratos form started to shimmer and change. The humans felt the shift immediately. The celebration died as confusion spread through the crowd. What's happening? Why is he trying to break out? Something's wrong up there, look. In the Valkyrie's private box, now exposed by the explosion that had blown away one wall, stood 3 divine figures that hadn't been there moments before. Zeus, king of Olympus, his body radiating power and barely contained fury. Odin, all-father of Asgard, his remaining eye cold as ice. And Hermes, the messenger god, positioned to block any escape route. Facing them stood Hera, Brunhilde, and the 13 legendary warriors. The warriors had already activated their Volander. Each Valkyrie sister transformed into a divine weapon in their partner's hands. Labu's halberd blazed with power. Adam's knuckles glowed. Sasaki's sword hummed with lethal promise. Beowulf's sword fronting showed foreign colors. Only Siegfried stood apart, wielding his own weapon. Gram, the demonic sword that had slain Fafnir, pulsing with dark power in his grip. Brunhilde stood beside him, coldly looking at the gods. Of course, they were never going to keep their promise. Zeus spoke, his voice carrying across the room through divine power. Everyone present could hear him clearly. "Come with us, Hera. Convince that bastard to lay down his weapons and end himself. Do that, and I might spare these humans. Refuse." His smile was cold, cruel. "And I'll start by killing these guys, then every human in this arena, then every human on this world." Odin's voice was equally cold, equally merciless. "Blood can only be repaid with blood. 13 gods are dead. 13 gods who are our friends, our family, our brothers and sisters. That debt must be paid. He looked at Hera with his single eye. Help us kill that monster, and we might overlook your sins. You could even return to your position as Queen of Olympus. We'll forget this. Indiscretion. Hera laughed. The sound was unexpected, cutting through the tension like a blade. She actually laughed, throwing her head back, genuine amusement in her voice. You have no idea, do you? Hera said, still smiling. No idea what my beloved husband truly is. Hermes sighed, his handsome face showing exasperation. He might be strong, but he's stuck down there in the arena. The barrier is powered by thousands of gods. Even he can't break through it. And even if he could, by the time he managed it, we'd have you in our grasp. His eyes swept across the 13 warriors. Or do you think these humans can actually protect you from us? Labu laughed, a harsh, sharp sound. The Chinese warlord raised his halberd, divine power crackling along its length. Why don't you find out for yourself, messenger boy? Adam stepped forward, his ancient eyes meeting Zeus's without fear. This is disgraceful, even for gods. That man won fairly despite impossible odds. You should honor your promise and let humanity live. Zeus's smile widened, becoming something vicious. Honor, promises, he laughed. We are gods, we are the law. We decide what's right and wrong. We decide what promises mean. And we've decided that humanity dies anyway. The tournament was just to give them hope before we crushed it, Odin added. Make the despair sweeter. Make them understand that even when they do everything right, even when they achieve the impossible, they still lose. Because we're gods, and gods don't lose to mortals. Siegfried clenched Graham, the demon blade responding to his rising anger. I owe that man my life, my freedom. It's about time I return the favor. You'll die, Dragon Slayer, Hermes said flatly. Then I'll die trying, Siegfried replied. The 13 warriors moved into formation, each one ready to fight despite, knowing they faced 3 of the most powerful gods in existence. They'd been chosen as humanity's champions for a reason. They were the finest warriors their species had ever produced. They wouldn't back down now. Zeus raised his hand, lightning crackling between his fingers. So be it. We'll kill you first, then we'll seal that bastard with all our might. Then we'll see. A deafening crack sounded from the arena. Everyone's heads snapped toward the sound. A burst of white light erupted from where Edward stood, so bright it should have been blinding. But the light wasn't destructive. It was warm, comforting. It spread through the arena like a gentle wave, touching everyone, and those it touched felt something they couldn't describe. A feeling of absolute safety, of unconditional protection, of hope that couldn't be extinguished. Destiny, who is always watching, closed his book, and the end begins. Zeus and Odin immediately went on guard, divine power flaring around them. Both gods' faces showed alarm for the first time. What's going on down there? Odin demanded, his remaining eye trying to pierce the light. Hera's smile widened, pride evident on her face. Gods may be strong, gods may be immortal, but hope... She looked at the spreading light, at her husband standing at its center proudly. Hope is eternal. Capitulo 131, The End of Gods 2 in 1. The white light pulsed once more, expanding outward in waves that touched every being in the arena. And as the light faded, revealing the figure at its center, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Edward stood there transformed into his original appearance. Gone was the pale, ash-covered skin of Kratos. Gone were the red tattoo and the scarred, brutal visage that had terrorized gods. In their place stood a man of striking handsomeness. Blonde hair that seemed to catch the light, blue eyes that held depths of ancient wisdom and endless compassion. His features were refined, almost perfect, carrying an ethereal quality that made him seem both entirely human and something infinitely more. He looked remarkably like Adam, the father of humanity watching from the Valkyrie box. The same blonde hair, the same blue eyes, the same ageless quality that spoke of existing since the beginning. The transformation was so complete, so unexpected, that even the gods fell silent. Brunhilde stared, her mouth slightly open. She turned to Hera, confusion written across her face. Why did he change his look to something so ugly before if he was actually this handsome? She thought in her mind, If I wasn't in love with Sieg, I'd have tried my luck with him. Hera's smirk was knowing, almost predatory. She had seen that look many times whenever her avatar went out with Edward. The looks filled with affection, envy, and desire. Pride radiated from every line of her body as she looked at her husband. He was probably holding back, enjoying himself with the challenge. Her eyes softened slightly. But now that I'm in danger, my beloved husband won't stay back anymore. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out cheerfully, her voice carrying clearly across the arena. I'm all right, honey. Don't get too angry. Edward's eyes found hers across the distance. His expression softened into a gentle smile, and he nodded in acknowledgement. But his aura kept rising. The air around him began to shimmer and distort. Power radiated from him in visible waves. Not the violent, aggressive energy of battle fury, but something else. Something vast and fundamental and utterly terrifying in its implications. It felt ancient and eternal, like standing at the edge of an infinite ocean and realizing the water went down forever. Edward raised his hand, almost casually. His fingers moved in a simple flicking motion. The barrier shattered. The divine construct that had been reinforced by thousands of gods, that had been designed to contain battles between true divine forms, that should have been functionally indestructible. It exploded into fragments of light that dissolved into nothing. The gods who'd been maintaining it screamed as the force of shockwave tore through them. Several collapsed unconscious. Others clutched their heads, blood leaking from noses and ears. Edward stepped forward, and with each step, the arena floor repaired itself beneath his feet. Stone that had been melted and cracked became pristine and whole. The lakes of golden blood evaporated. It was as if the battle had never happened, except for the absence of 13 gods who would never return. Suddenly, grass started sprouting where he walked, accompanied by beautiful otherworldly flowers and trees that started to sprout. An overwhelming sense of peace washed over the human in the audience who were protected by an unknown force. In the Valkyrie box, Zeus stood. His face was twisted with rage and something that might have been fear. Lightning crackled around his body, his divine power flaring to maximum. He raised both hands, and his voice boomed across the arena, magically amplified so that every being present, every god and human, could hear him clearly. Gods of all pantheons, hear me now. The divine sections turned as one to look at their king. This mortal has committed the ultimate blasphemy. Zeus's voice shook with fury. He has killed 13 true gods, not avatars are true FORMS. He has shown that gods can be killed permanently. He threatens the very foundation of divine order. Odin stepped forward beside Zeus, his single eye blazing with cold wrath. If we allow this to stand, if we let one mortal end gods without consequence, what message does that send? We become vulnerable, mortal, weak. Zeus raised his fist to the sky. I call upon all gods who stand with me, all who value divine supremacy, all who understand that gods must rule and mortals must obey. Join me. Help me kill this abomination who dares stand against the heavens themselves. For a moment, silence. Then the response came like a tidal wave. Thousands of gods roared their approval. They rose from their seats, divine power flaring around them like bonfires. They began moving towards Zeus and Odin, forming ranks, preparing for war. The Greek gods came first, those who remained after losing 4 of their strongest. Aphrodite, Dionysus, Demeter, dozens of lesser deities. Their faces were twisted with grief and rage for their fallen family. Aphrodite was in a complicated mood. She lusted after this man, the only one who ever denied her and humiliated her. Yet she remembered what he was and what he did. The Norse gods followed, Freya, Heimdall, Vidar, Sif, Tyr, and countless others. They chanted war songs, calling for vengeance for Thor and Loki. Hindu gods manifested, their forms radiant with cosmic power. Many wept openly for Shiva, but their grief was channeled into fury. Mesopotamian deities arrived, their ancient power making the air heavy. They mourned Anu but prepared to avenge him. Slavic gods gathered, faces grim. Perun and Chernobog would be avenged. Chinese pantheon members assembled, though notably fewer than other groups. Many looked conflicted, but they joined the forming army nonetheless. More and more gods joined. Minor deities, nature spirits who'd ascended to divinity, personified concepts, beings from pantheons so old their names were forgotten. They came in waves, in hundreds, in thousands. The army that assembled behind Zeus and Odin was staggering. Easily 5,000 gods, possibly more. Their combined divine power made reality itself groan. The sheer concentrated authority they represented could reshape continents, could sink islands. If they truly united their strength, they could destroy half the multiverse. The humans in the audience began panicking. This was it. This was the end. One man against an army that could end worlds. Could he still take them all after fighting 13 gods? But not all gods joined. The Egyptian section remained seated. Ra, Horus, Anubis, and the rest of their pantheon sat with arms crossed, faces impassive. They made no move to join Zeus's army. The Japanese section also stayed put. Amaterasu, Susanoo, Tsukuyomi, and the other kami watched with careful eyes but didn't stand. Several actually moved to the edges of their section, as if preparing to leave entirely. Two figures emerged from the crowd walking calmly against the tide of gods rushing to join Zeus. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, staff resting casually on his shoulder, a knowing smirk on his face. Beside him walked Buddha, serene and peaceful, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Where are you going?" a Chinese god called to them. "The army is gathering, we need every." "Not interested," Sun Wukong said simply. "I've fought against heaven before, it's overrated. This won't end well, idiots." Buddha spoke relaxedly. "I'm not feeling particularly suicidal today." He just smiled and kept walking. More gods began separating from the main group. Celtic deities who'd always been more aligned with nature than tyranny. Minor gods from various pantheons who'd spent more time helping humanity than ruling them. Deities who'd actually liked mortals, who'd protected them, who'd seen value in the species beyond worship. Meanwhile, Brunhilde, Hera, and the 13 legendary warriors flew down from the damaged box toward the arena. They landed near Edward, forming a protective semicircle around him. La Bu raised his halberd. "I wish I could have met you in life. We'd have the most legendary battle," he grinned wildly. Adam's ancient eyes met Edward's, recognition passing between them. "You're like me. You fight for humanity because you are humanity itself at your core." Sasaki's sword hummed as he took stance. "It would be dishonorable to abandon you now, after you saved them all." The others echoed similar sentiments. Jack the Ripper, Raiden, Leonidas, Akita, Kintoki, Simo, Nostradamus, Qin Shi Huang, Beowulf, Siegfried, all ready to die alongside the man who'd saved their species. Edward looked at the army Zeus had assembled. Thousands of gods, their combined power enough to crack reality itself. He considered for a moment reaching into his pocket for the card Lucifer Morningstar had given him, a favor owed, one that would certainly turn the tide. He would definitely enjoy this chaos. But no, this wasn't about owing favors or calling in debts. This was about making a point. Edward sighed, the sound carrying disappointment and something like sorrow. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, but it carried clearly across the arena. Every being heard it as if he were speaking directly to them. "The dew-called gods have fallen so low." His blue eyes swept across Zeus's army with something like pity. "You resort to deceit. You break your own sacred laws. You threaten extinction because you lost fairly. You can't even be called gods anymore. You're just tyrants with power, terrified of losing control." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Reality split apart. The dimension divided cleanly in two, a line of pure separation that cut through the arena, through the audience sections, through space itself. On one side was the army Zeus had gathered. On the other, empty space. Edward's voice rang out again, colder now. "Any god who values humanity, any who lived not as a tyrant but as a guide, any who wishes to survive what's coming, stand behind me." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I will kill the rest." The gods in Zeus's army laughed. The sound was cruel, mocking. "You might be strong enough to kill 13 gods," someone shouted, "but we are thousands." "Your tricks won't save you," another called. "Your power has limits, ours is infinite." One mortal against an army of gods, you're insane. But even as they mocked, movement began on the other side of the divide. The Egyptian pantheon, Ra, Horus, Anubis, Isis, Osiris, and dozens of others manifested behind Edward. They said nothing, just stood with arms crossed, faces stern but resolved. The Japanese pantheon followed. Amaterasu's radiant form appeared beside Edward, her sun disk glowing softly. Suzanu's storm energy crackled. Tsukuyomi's moonlight shimmered. The kami had made their choice. Sun Wukong and Buddha walked calmly through the divide, taking positions behind Edward. The Monkey King spun his staff and grinned. "This is going to be fun," Buddha chuckled. "Lucky I brought popcorn." The Celtic gods who'd separated earlier manifested as well. Nature deities, spirits of the wild, gods who'd always been more aligned with growth than destruction. Minor gods from various pantheons began appearing. A Greek goddess of healing, a Norse god of poetry, a Slavic deity of harvest, gods who'd spent their existence helping rather than ruling. More and more crossed over, hundreds, not enough to match Zeus's thousands, but enough to make a statement. Then came three major Greek gods, Hades, Persephone, and Hestia. Persephone sighed as she looked at her mother. "Farewell, mother." She whispered softly as Hestia patted her back. Hades gave Edward a nod. "Hello, old friend. This time I get a front row seat of your actions." Edward nodded to them, his expression warming slightly. "Thank you all. Thank you for showing that there will always be hope, that there is always good even among evil, that not all gods have forgotten what divinity truly means." Zeus's face had gone purple with rage. "Traitors, all of you, you side with a mortal against your own kind." "We side with what's right," Ra said calmly, "not with tyrants." "You broke your word, Zeus," Amaterasu added. "You dishonored the tournament. You brought this on yourself." Hades sighed. "You never were a good king, little brother. This is merely the consequences of your own actions." The thousands of gods who still remained with Zeus roared in fury and charged as one. The sound was like reality breaking. Thousands of divine beings moving simultaneously, their footfalls shaking the arena, their power lighting up the sky. War cries in 100 languages, weapons blazing with divine authority. This was the full might of multiple pantheons united in purpose. They could erase solar systems. They could reshape galaxies. They could destroy half the DC multiverse if they truly committed. And they were all focused on one man. Hera stood beside Edward, showing no fear. She turned to him, cupped his face gently with both hands, and kissed his cheek. Her voice was soft, meant only for him. "I believe in you, dear. Whatever you do is right. Whatever you choose is the best decision. I trust you completely." Edward smiled, a genuine, warm expression that transformed his already handsome features into something breathtaking. He reached up, caressing her cheek with gentle fingers. "Thanks, wifey. Stay close. It's about to get a little genocidal." Hera chuckled and shook her head. "You always make bad jokes at wrong moments, husband." Edward smirked. "Yet you love me anyway." Then he stepped forward. With that single step, everything changed. His entire aura shifted, transformed, became something that made even the charging gods stumble. His blonde hair began to rise, standing up as if gravity had ceased to apply to it. The color drained from it, turning pure white. It was not the whiteness from age, but the light of absolute clarity, of infinite possibility. His blue eyes turned white as well. Not blind white, but glowing white, as if stars had been placed where his pupils should be. He radiated light, but it wasn't harsh or blinding. It was warm, comforting, the kind of light that made you believe things would be okay even when they absolutely wouldn't. The gods who'd been charging slowed, then stopped. Some ancient instinct was screaming at them to halt, to reconsider, to understand that they'd miscalculated catastrophically. Edward looked at the army that could destroy universes. His white eyes showed no fear, no anger, just certainty and something that might have been sadness for what was about to happen. He spoke. His voice was calm, conversational, as if commenting on the weather. "I hope that these gods didn't exist anymore." The effect was immediate and absolute. The gods in the front ranks began to fade. Not just dying, fading, becoming translucent, then transparent, then simply not there anymore. It spread like a wave through the army, hundreds of gods vanishing in seconds. But it wasn't just their current bodies. Those with divine senses could feel something infinitely worse happening. "My avatars," a Greek god screamed. "My avatars across the multiverse, they're disappearing." "I can't feel my other selves," a Norse deity shouted in panic. "They're gone, all of them." "This is impossible." A Hindu god fell to his knees, clutching his head. "I exist across infinite worlds. It can't be. I'm being erased from." The realization hit them all at once. This wasn't just death. This was complete existential erasure. Every version of them, across every universe in the DC multiverse, was being unmade simultaneously. Their past, their present, their future, all of it ceasing to be, as if they'd never existed at all. Panic exploded through the ranks. Gods turned to flee, but there was nowhere to go. The erasure followed them, patient and inexorable. But across the DC multiverse, catastrophe began to unfold. On Earth 1, the oceans suddenly churned violently. Poseidon's erasure meant his domain. All the seas across infinite Earths had lost their divine keeper. Tsunamis formed spontaneously along every coastline. The tides stopped following the moon. Sea creatures began dying by the millions as the natural order Poseidon had maintained for eons simply ceased to exist. On Earth 3, wine turned to vinegar in every barrel and bottle simultaneously. Dionysus's domain was collapsing. Celebrations turned sour. Festivals devolved into riots. The joy and revelry he'd overseen, the careful balance between pleasure and excess, was gone. People drank and couldn't stop, or couldn't enjoy it at all. The balance was shattered. On Earth 12, love turned chaotic. Aphrodite's erasure meant romance, attraction, beauty itself had no divine guidance. Couples who'd been happy for decades suddenly felt nothing for each other. Strangers fell into obsessive passion that burned them alive. Beauty became subjective to the point of madness. What one person found attractive, another found revolting, and the disagreements turned violent. On Earth 27, the sky split open. Zeus's erasure meant lightning, storms, the very concept of divine kingship and order was unraveling. Thunder rolled continuously. Lightning struck randomly, without pattern or reason. The laws he'd maintained, the structure he'd imposed on the divine hierarchy across countless pantheons, was collapsing. On Earth 34, the underworld gates shattered. Yama's domain was failing. The dead began escaping, manifesting as ghosts, as shades, as things that should not walk among the living. The boundary between life and death blurred. The sick found themselves unable to die, suffering endlessly. The healthy dropped dead without warning. The cycle of reincarnation was broken. On Earth 50, crops withered in the fields. Demeter's erasure meant agriculture, harvest, the growing of food itself had no divine oversight. Famine spread instantly. Seeds planted wouldn't grow. Plants that were thriving rotted on the vine. The earth itself seemed to forget how to nurture life. Across thousands of Earths, similar catastrophes unfolded. Thor's erasure meant storms without pattern. Freya's domain collapsing meant love and war became indistinguishable. Warriors made love on battlefields while lovers murdered each other in fits of passion. Surprise butt segs XD. Heimdall's absence meant boundaries failed. Realms began bleeding into each other, reality barriers thinning. The Hindu god's erasure had cosmic consequences. The cycle of creation and destruction stuttered. Time flowed backward in some places, stopped in others, accelerated wildly elsewhere. Reality itself was coming apart at the seams. The multiverse was dying. Humans screamed as their worlds collapsed. Cities fell. Civilizations that had stood for millennia crumbled in minutes. The very fabric of existence was tearing because the gods who'd woven it were being unmade. In the arena, Edward raised his hand again. His voice was steady, commanding, carrying across dimensions. "I hope that the multiverse moves on without these gods. Normally, without chaos or collapse, I hope their domains find new balance, new order that doesn't require divine authority to maintain." And across the DC multiverse, reality listened to his wish. On Earth 1, the oceans calmed, but not because a god commanded them, because the natural laws reasserted themselves. Tides followed the moon again, but they'd always followed the moon. Poseidon had simply been unnecessary. The ocean currents found their flow based on temperature and the Earth's rotation. Marine life adapted, their instincts shifting from divine guidance to evolutionary imperatives. The seas had never actually needed a god. They'd existed long before Poseidon would exist long after. Nature took over. On Earth 3, wine returned to being wine, but not because Dionysus blessed it, because chemistry worked. Fermentation followed natural processes. Celebrations continued, but humans managed their own joy and excess. They'd always had the capacity for revelry. The god had just been taking credit for what was already there. People found balance on their own. On Earth 12, love stabilized. Not through divine arrows or blessings, but through human connection. Chemistry, compatibility, choice, these things had always been real. Aphrodite had simply claimed credit for them. Beauty became subjective again, but comfortably so. People liked what they liked. The obsession faded. Romance continued, guided by human hearts, not divine whim. On Earth 27, the sky healed. Weather patterns followed meteorological laws. Pressure systems, temperature gradients, moisture in the air. Zeus had pretended to control the lightning, but lightning was just electricity. It followed physics. The laws he'd maintained weren't his laws, they were natural laws he'd simply enforced. Reality enforced itself now. On Earth 34, the underworld stabilized. Death of the Endless had always been there. She was the natural end, the gentle closing of life's book. Yama and other death gods had just been middle management. The dead who should rest found peace. The boundary between life and death solidified, but it was a natural boundary now. People died when their time came, not when a god decreed it. On Earth 50, crops grew. Demeter had claimed to bless the harvest, but plants grew because of sunlight and water and soil nutrients. Photosynthesis didn't require divine intervention. Humans knew how to farm, they'd learned through trial and error and passed down knowledge. The harvest came because people worked for it, not because a goddess allowed it. Across infinite Earths, reality smoothed over the gaps. Every domain the erased gods had claimed found new balance. War continued, but it was human war, fought for human reasons, ended by human choice, not divine meddling. Wisdom came from learning and teaching, not from Athena's blessing. The forge fires burned because blacksmiths understood metallurgy, not because Hephaestus watched over them. Music played because humans created it, enjoyed it, shared it, not because Apollo inspired it. The hunt continued as humans tracked game using skill and knowledge, not Artemis's favor. Marriage held or failed based on the couple's choices and efforts, not Hera's blessing or curse. Magic still existed, but it was wild now, natural magic, the kind that had always been there before gods tried to monopolize it. Sorcerers and witches found they could still cast spells. The energy came from the universe itself, not from divine patrons. History rewrote itself seamlessly. The temples to Zeus became centers of philosophy and governance, places where humans gathered to debate and decide, not to worship. The buildings remained. Their purpose shifted. Prayers that had been directed at gods became meditations or affirmations or simply thoughts sent out to the universe. Heroes who'd been blessed by gods were remembered differently. Their strength came from training, their courage from character, their victories from skill and luck. The divine element was edited out, replaced with natural explanations. The fundamental laws remained. Physics worked, chemistry worked, biology worked, magic worked, but they worked because they were real principles of the universe, not because gods allowed them to work. The gods had been edited out, and reality proved it never needed them in the first place. In realms beyond normal space and time, the Endless felt their brother finally reveal himself. Death, Edward's wife, his beloved, smiled softly in her garden in Avalon, holding their son. She'd been expecting this. Her husband had hidden himself for so long, played at being something less than he was. But threaten his family, threaten humanity, which he cherished, she'd known he would eventually show his true might. About time, she murmured affectionately, feeling the surge of his power across dimensions. I was wondering how long you'd let them posture before reminding them what real authority looks like. Soph looked curiously at his mom. Mom, Dad just did something amazing, I can sense it, the balance has shifted. Death chuckled and kissed his forehead. Yes, baby, your daddy finally decided to stop hiding himself, although it will give your mommy a headache to sort through. She ruffled his hair much to Soph's protest. Like anybody would believe him when he had such a happy smile being treated as a kid by his mother. Death continued tending her garden, completely unbothered. The gods being erased would come to her eventually anyway, not as gods, but as souls stripped of divine pretension. She'd greet them as she greeted everyone, with kindness and finality. Death was patient. Death was inevitable. Destruction felt his brother and best friend's power flex across reality as he was failing to compose another poem. He laughed, a deep, booming sound of genuine joy that echoed across his small corner of existence. "That's my mate," he shouted to no one. "Show those pompous bastards what real power looks like." He'd always liked Edward best among his siblings, although he was born unlike the rest. He understood why he'd left his post and worked hard so he could return again. He understood why some endings were necessary, why destruction wasn't always about tearing down. Sometimes you destroyed old orders to make room for new growth. Sometimes you unmade tyrants so life could flourish. "Give them hell, brother," Destruction said cheerfully, and returned to his painting. Edward would visit later, probably. They'd share wine and talk about the absurdity of gods who thought they were permanent. In her realm of scattered thoughts and beautiful chaos, Delight felt the shift in reality. For a brief, crystalline moment, she snapped into complete focus. She became delightfully. Not permanently, she never was anymore, couldn't be. The universe had broken her heart too many times for that. But for this moment, feeling her lovable big brother's power, remembering how he'd always been kind to her, how he'd never treated her like she was less for being what she was, for this moment, she was truly Delight. "Big brother is being serious," she said in a voice that was clear and bright like bells. "The bad gods are going away, the nice ones get to stay. That's fair, that's very fair." She spun in a circle, and reality spun with her in her realm, colors and concepts and impossible things mixing and separating. She loved her brother who'd helped her remember, sometimes, briefly, what it was like to be Delight instead of delirium. Who'd told her it was okay to be broken, because broken things could still be beautiful. She would visit him again and meet her cute little nephews and nieces. Then the moment passed, and she was delirium again, but she was still smiling. Desire sprawled languidly in their realm of mirrors and wants, watching events unfold reflected in countless surfaces. A smirk played across their perfect, androgynous features. Well, 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 the golden boy finally shows his true self. They stretched like a cat, admiring their own reflection, then Edward's transformation in another mirror. "Looking good, darling, very intimidating. I approve." They'd always enjoyed Edward's company. He understood desire in a way the others didn't. Understood that wanting something better, hoping for more, was just another form of desire. They'd spent many pleasant centuries mocking their brother dream together. Morpheus was so serious, so convinced of his own importance. Edward knew how to prick that pompousness with perfect precision. "Give them hell, beautiful," Desire purred. "And next time you visit, let's discuss making Morpheus squirm again. That's always entertaining." Despair watched from her realm of gray and sorrow, her realm of gray and endings. Her expression remained mostly impassive, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. She approved. Edward had always been kind to her, had never made her feel lesser for being what she was, the sorrow, the giving up, the gray space between pain and nothing. He'd told her once that despair and hope weren't opposites, not really. That sometimes you needed to hit rock bottom to feel complete despair before hope could pull you back up, that she served a purpose. These gods had caused so much unnecessary despair. The cruel kind, the kind that served no purpose but their own ego. They'd crushed people not to teach lessons, but to feel powerful. Good riddance. Morpheus, dream of the endless, stood in his throne room in the dreaming, his eyes watching events unfold across dimensions. His expression was complicated, part respect, part concern, but mostly something that might have been fondness. He remembered being trapped by Roderick Burgess in 1916, remembered the humiliation of it, the helplessness. A human, an insignificant human, had captured him, bound him, imprisoned him in a basement for a decade. And he remembered him, coming in 1920. Edward had simply walked through the walls, as if Burgess's binding circle was a suggestion rather than a law. He'd looked at Dream trapped in his glass prison and laughed, not cruel, but genuinely amused. But all his good feelings vanished when he made him say those ridiculous words. Even his sister Death, who's always been so mature, joined her husband in pranking him. They'd had a complicated relationship since then. Morpheus took things seriously, perhaps too seriously. His function was important. Dreams and nightmares, stories and legends, these things mattered. He couldn't just joke about them. But Edward, he liked to remind him that even nightmares could have happy endings sometimes. That not every story needed to be tragic, that sometimes you could lighten up. It was annoying. It was also necessary sometimes. Edward, Dream said quietly to his empty throne room, still watching the gods being erased. You've finally stopped pretending to be less than you are. A slight smile crossed his features. Though I suspect this will create more work for me. Mortals will dream of this day for generations. They'll make myths of the godlike being who wasn't a god, who saved humanity from divine tyranny. I'll be sorting through those stories for centuries. He sighed. Worth it, though. In the Garden of Forking Ways, where all paths and all possibilities existed simultaneously, where every choice and every consequence was written in the book that never ended, destiny turned a page. He'd always known this moment would come. It was written, had always been written, would always be written. Every path, every possibility, every alternative timeline, in all of them this moment existed. Hope revealing himself. Gods being unmade, reality shifting. Some things were inevitable. But knowing it would come didn't make it any less significant. His brother Hope was revealing himself to the multiverse. The balance was shifting. The gods were learning their place. As it must be, Destiny said simply, his voice carrying weight that transcended time and space. As it always was, as it always will be. He turned another page, reading what came next. His expression remained neutral, but perhaps there was the slightest fear in his ancient eyes, because it was also the beginning of the end. But he had hope that this ending will be changed by his rather quirky sibling. The family was together in purpose, if not in presence. All of them, in their own ways, supported what their brother was doing. Because at the end of it all, the Endless were family. They were existence itself, and when one of them acted, the others remembered why they were called Endless. Because they preceded everything, would outlast everything, even gods. Zeus's voice cracked as he shouted in disbelief and horror. This is impossible, you're not even a god. What kind of creature are you? What are you? Hera stepped forward slightly, her voice ringing with fierce pride as she looked at Zeus, her former husband, her former tormentor. You wanted to know what he is? Her smile was radiant. My husband is an Endless, he is Hope of the Endless. The words hit like a thunderbolt. The gods who remained behind Edward, the ones who'd chosen his side, went absolutely still. Their faces paled. Even beings like Ra and Amaterasu, who'd existed for eons, showed fear. Brunhilde grabbed Gaul's arm, pulling her younger sister close. The Endless, she whispered, her voice shaking. The siblings of destiny, death, dream, desire, despair, delirium, and destruction. The fundamental forces that predate gods, that will outlast gods, that define existence itself. I heard some rumors about another one but never believed it. Till now. And he's Hope, Gaul whispered back. The eighth, the one spoken of in prophecy. The concept of the Endless wasn't unknown to gods. They were the entities that even gods respected, feared, and never, ever antagonized. They were the fundamental forces of existence made sentient. You couldn't kill them, couldn't fight them, because they were concepts. How do you kill death? How do you fight destiny? And Hope was perhaps the most terrifying of all, because Hope was the thing that kept going even when everything else failed. Hope was the light that shone in absolute darkness. Hope was the force that said no to inevitability, that rejected impossible odds, that made miracles happen. Zeus stared in absolute horror as his body began to fade. An Endless, but you're supposed to be neutral. The Endless don't interfere. They observe, they. I am Hope, Edward said simply. And Hope fights for what matters. Hope protects what's precious. Hope says that even when gods decree extinction, life finds a way. He raised his hand in a casual wave, almost dismissive. Zeus, Odin, Hermes, and whatever remained of their army, Thousands of gods who'd chosen tyranny over guidance, who'd chosen pride over humility, vanished into absolute nothingness. Not death, not banishment, complete existential erasure. They had never existed, would never exist. The multiverse had already forgotten them. Silence fell across the arena. Edward turned to face the gods who'd chosen to stand with him. His white hair and eyes were slowly fading back to his normal blonde and blue, the transformation receding now that the threat was ended. His voice was gentle but carried undeniable weight. I hope that you will not be like those fallen gods. I hope you'll remember that you exist to guide humanity, to help them grow, to nurture their potential. Not to rule them, not to dominate them, not to judge whether they deserve to exist. Ra bowed deeply. It shall be as you say, Lord Hope. Amaterasu inclined her head. We will remember. This day will be remembered. She then added with a sigh. Just when I got over you, you had to make me feel that way. Edward coughed awkwardly as Hera gave him a knowing smile. Sun Wukong grinned. I've been helping mortals for centuries anyway. This just makes it official. Buddha smiled serenely. All beings deserve compassion. We will not forget. Edward nodded, satisfied. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Reality rippled. The arena repaired itself completely. The damage from the battles, from the explosions, from the reality warping, all of it undone. The structure was pristine again, as if nothing had ever happened. But Edward did something else too, something crucial. He let humanity remember. In every universe across the DC multiverse, humans remembered. They remembered watching 13 gods die, remembered seeing an army of thousands of gods charge one man, remembered seeing those gods erased from existence for their tyranny. Most importantly, they remembered that gods could die, that gods weren't invincible, that gods could be held accountable. The humans in the arena who returned to their regular lives realized this first. They looked at each other, checking, confirming. You remember that too? You saw it as well. The 13 gods dying. The divine army being erased. Gods can die, they can actually permanently die. The implications would ripple through human society for generations. Religion would never be the same. The relationship between mortals and divinity had fundamentally shifted in this moment. Edward turned to Hera, his expression softening. He reached out, taking her hand in his. His voice was gentle, intimate. Let's go home, back to our family. Hera's smile was radiant with love and relief. She interlocked their arms, pressing close to him. I've been waiting so long to truly be with you, to merge with my avatar, to hold Alphonse properly, to be part of our family completely. Her voice caught slightly. I'm looking forward to spending the rest of my life with you, all of it, every moment. Edward smiled and raised his hand. Reality tore open, creating a portal that showed Avalon on the other side. The beautiful gardens, the gleaming towers, their home. They walked toward it together, arms linked, looking like any couple in love rather than an endless and a goddess who just reshaped the multiverse. The gods who remained bowed as they passed. The humans cheered, not the desperate, relieved sound from before, but genuine gratitude and celebration. Brunhilde watched them go, then turned to her sisters and the legendary warriors. Well, that was educational. Educational, Galil squeaked. Educational? We just watched an endless erase thousands of gods. The whole multiverse was changed beyond imagination. Indeed, Brunhilde said calmly, and we learned something vital. Hope exists, real, tangible hope, and it fights for humanity when humanity needs it most. She smiled. I'd say that's worth remembering. Adam watched the portal close behind Edward and Hera. He really is like me, he murmured. Fighting for humanity because at his core, that's what he is. But he's so much more powerful than I, he smiled slightly. My children has a protector, a real one, that's comforting. As the portal sealed, as the arena began to empty, as gods and humans alike processed what they'd witnessed, existence continued. But it was different now, changed, the balance of power had shifted, gods knew they could die, humans knew gods could die. And hope had shown that it would protect what mattered, consequences be damned. Beyond the multiverse, in the absolute void where even concepts struggled to exist, the source wall loomed. It was the boundary of all things, the edge of existence itself. And trapped within it, imprisoned for attempting to destroy her own creation, was Perpetua. The mother of the multiverse hung crucified in living metal, her vast form barely contained by the wall's power. She'd been here for eons, trapped, powerless, forgotten. But she wasn't unconscious. She was aware, she watched, and she waited. And she felt it when Edward had used his power. Felt the ripple of an endless operating at full capacity, felt the fundamental nature of existence being rewritten. A small crack appeared in the source wall, almost invisible. But it was there. Perpetua's eyes opened. In the darkness of her prison, she smiled. "It's almost time," she whispered to the void. "Almost time to end this experiment, to unmake what I made, to start again." The crack grew just slightly wider. "Thank you, little hope," Perpetua murmured. "Thank you for showing me the wall isn't as strong as it used to be. Thank you for giving me the opening I've been waiting for." Her smile widened into something terrible. Soon, very soon now. The crack pulsed with dark energy, growing wider by increments too small to notice immediately. But growing nonetheless. The source wall, weakened by the reality manipulation Edward had done, by the fundamental changes he'd made to existence, had developed a flaw. And Perpetua was patient. She'd waited this long, she could wait a little longer. Until the crack was wide enough to escape through. Until she was free. Until she could end everything. The mother of the multiverse closed her eyes again, conserving her strength, waiting for her moment. And in the darkness of the void, the crack continued to grow. At the end,